start in 1 minute. We just want to allow everyone to take their seats. Good morning once again, dear guests, dear distinguished partners, and welcome to PowerPlay, Game Development Conference, organized by the Armenian Code Academy in the frame of SIDA's Reconomy program, implemented by Helvetas, Swiss Intercooperation, in partnership with HELP. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all on this Saturday sunny morning in Yerevan, where we will be delving into the latest trends shaping the game development industry. I'm happy to announce that this event has been of great popularity among the Armenian and also global community, and we have received over 600 registrations for the event. Apart from that, the event is being live transferred, so everyone all around the globe can go online and watch the event as it's being streamed. And here I can see over, I believe, over 100 people for sure, and we'll be expecting more and more guests coming up since the event is going to last for some time. As I mentioned, the main topic of the event is the latest trends shaping the game development industry, and one of this, especially one of the most significant trends of this year, is the green transition. The green transition in the game development industry is all about how environmental awareness within the game development and within the games can be incorporated. If you are interested in this topic and would like to learn more about it, please make sure to visit the booth of Shosh Games, which is over there in the next hall throughout the day. One of their latest creations, called Water Me, centers on environmental conservation and highlights the impact of climate change on the ecosystems of Earth. So if you'd like to learn more on how games, and especially Water Me, are trying to deliver these important topics of the environmental protection through the games, please make sure to check out their booth. Without further ado, I would like to invite the first speakers of the day. Please give a round of applause to Mr. Ruben Simonian, Deputy Minister of the High-Tech Industry of the Republic of Armenia.
Hello, good morning. Just one small correction to Levon. It's not Saturday, it's already Sunday, sunny morning. And tomorrow is Monday, so just not to forget that tomorrow is Monday. So it's a great pleasure to be here with all of you, and I'm really somehow happy and somehow confused because I see here many representatives from the game dev industry, and I think that we have many things to do. We have a lot of things to do now to bring all this community together, because it looks like we have a very strong community in Armenia. With international expertise, with strong fundamental Armenian expertise, but maybe I have seen just several of you. This is my mistake. This is our mistake, most probably. And we have to do our best to become one family, one community. And I would like to thank you, the organizers and co-organizers, for this great event, because I do believe that such kind of events, like, we're hungry with such kind of events. We're hungry with communicating to each other, with networking with each other. I remembering that how during the COVID in 2019, then in 2020, because of some situations, how it was like through online sessions. To be honest, I hate online sessions. I hate online meetings, because in person communication, this is the best thing. And in person you can do a lot. In person, with the community, with the strong team, the dreams might become true. And I would like to say that the game dev industry in Armenia is, I was thinking that it's new, but now I'm thinking that we have a very strong community. But in any case, this is one part and one of the main pillars for the high-tech industry, the game development industry. And the government and the community working closer together, but we have to like enhance that collaboration. From the government side and from the ministry side, we have many programs, but I'm not sure that all of you are aware about those programs. How we're helping startups, small and medium enterprises, how we're contributing to the programs with education. Most probably so we just announced, and it's closed, but most probably we'll announce one more time, the capacity building program, the new employees program, and we will have more starting from January 2025. And I would like to encourage all of you, please, guys, be proactive. Be proactive. Consider myself and my team and the Ministry of High Tech as a connector, as the owner, as a support team for all of you. But I would like to see your proactivities as well. So you know my contacts, you know my place, you know my colleagues. We would like to be in touch with all of you. And what is interesting, that we are always thinking about gaming, right? And we somehow, is it good or is it bad? I think it depends on how you get it and how you approach to it. It depends on our mindset, because within the game development industry, it's so multidisciplinary knowledge is required, including technical skills, including software knowledge, including soft skills like problem solving, leadership, decision making, risk management. And so from the fundamental knowledge where Armenians was historically very strong, it's physics, it's mathematics. So this is a big opportunity for our young talents to join this big team. And from other side, when I was meeting with my colleagues in Sperasoft, what was interesting, and really I was happy that the team there is doing some trainings, like onboarding to the parents, to the community, how to use games in order to improve your life in your daily life. Which knowledge you can improve by playing games. Again, from technical skills up to the soft skills. And soft skills now is becoming very, very, very important. Business communication, or at least communication. So this is, for me, this is, and this is a gap between and this is a technical gap. Yeah. So I don't want to take much time, and I would like to be short, but again, I would like to thank you all. For being here on this Sunday and for inviting me as well. I see the agenda, it's quite like technical topics for you to discuss, for you to share your experience, and I hope that at the end of the day you will have the actionable plan for the upcoming short, mid and long-term timelines. Thank you all, and wish you all the fruitful workshop, conference and networking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simonian, for being here with us this morning, this Sunday morning. I believe I didn't have a proper Friday night. That is why I'm confusing the other days of the week. Moving on, I would like to pass the floor to Alexander Gogobegidze, Eastern Partnership Regional Manager at Helvetas.
Dear guests, dear participants, it's my honor to be here and participate in the first cross-regional conference organized with support of the economy. The economy is a regional program of the Swedish International Development Cooperation, and it's implemented by Helvetas Swiss Intercooperation in 11 countries of the Western Balkans and Eastern Partnership regions. The main goal of the economy is to enable women and youth, including most disadvantaged and excluded, to benefit from the economic opportunities and to find a decent job and decent, inclusively and sustainably, and employment opportunities as well. In the frame of the economy program, we implement about 10 different projects in, as I mentioned, 11 countries, and try to establish linkages between the different players in the different countries. This first, as I mentioned, cross-regional collaboration is a very good example for us to then copy this model to our other countries and use the opportunity to link the different stakeholders and different businesses that they deal with the common problems that are identified, and that is main challenge for the development of the sectors the economy is working in. Such sectors that the economy is actively engaged nowadays are energy efficiency and renewables, it's textile and apparel sector, it's waste management and digitalization of different sectors of economy. So it's a great pleasure that the economy is successfully working with the help our partner organization, who is the implementer of one of the projects named Inclusive Jobs in ICT sector, and in partnership with Armenia Code Academy, this great event, this cross-regional event is organized, and we are very happy that it will serve as a first great example to use this model and bring different stakeholders in different countries by applying the similar exchanges and similar methods. So I would like to wish successful collaboration, good kickoff and good start of the cross-regional activities, and good luck, and thank you very much organizers for developing such a great case and helping to develop the sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Alexander for being here with us today, and thanks a lot for sharing about the mission and vision of Reconomy. It's truly inspiring, and thanks a lot for being together with us. Thank you for the partnership for making this event come true. Moving on, I'd like to pass the floor for the last welcome remark of today to Narek Aslikyan, Chief Executive Officer at the Armenian Code Academy.
Thank you very much. I won't take much time. Thank you everyone for joining us today. I want to thank our international partners and local co-organizers and partners for making this event real. It's very important for us to be here, and thanks to our economy programs, we can say that we can make more efforts for developing game dev ecosystem in Armenia. It won't limit only with one-day conference. We are going to launch game dev educational programs, just remembering that we are an academy. But actually, I realized that we are not Armenian Code Academy already, because we are not only Armenian. Here is the global event. we are not code. It's not just about coding, and we are not only academy because we are mostly about networking today, not about just educating. I want to thank you and wish you a very productive in terms of networking day. Please feel free to make new connections, find new friends, maybe employers, maybe employees, and have fun. The main thing, I want to ask you to give a round of applause to two people who made this event, to Tatev Babayan and Anaïs Sargsyan. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you to Narek-Can. Indeed, the Armenian Code Academy has long ago scaled from being Armenian, from being code, and from being academy. So this probably hints us about some renaming or probably rebranding. But still, yeah, these were all the welcome remarks. Here on the screen, you can see a QR code to go to our Telegram channel where you can check the agenda of the event. Why this is important is because except for this great hall, we are also having a hall for the workshops, which is located over the corridor in the end. And from this moment, we will be sharing into two groups. One group will be staying here at the main stage, and the other one is welcome to move on to the workshops space. So for now, at the main stage, we will be welcoming Georgia Markovic from Bohemian Pulp, who will be talking about releasing the first indie game, A Story of Let Bygones Be Bygones. And in the workshop stage, you will hear Ramis Tartovac, Game Dev Consulting, who will be talking about creative blind spots overlooked in UA success. So this is the moment for you to go to the venue, which is of more interest to you, and we'll be starting with the speeches in a couple of moments. So once again, feel free to stay here to hear Georgia Markovic talking about releasing the first indie game, A Story of Let Bygones Be Bygones. And feel free to proceed to the end of the corridor to the workshops venue, where Ramis Tartovac from Game Dev Consulting will be conducting a workshop on creative blind spots overlooked in UA success. I'm not quite sure I understand the topics, otherwise I would be of more help to you to guide you further. But yeah, you should know better. It's your last chance to attend the workshop in the end of the corridor on creative blind spots overlooked in UA success. Otherwise, please stay here for the speech by Georgia Markovic. Yeah, seems like we're good to proceed. Please give a round of applause to Georgia Markovic from Bohemian Pulp. Georgia, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, that doesn't work. Thank you for inviting me here, and thank you for staying for my talk. Technical issues, this doesn't work. It works now. Okay, so releasing the first indie game sounds like it was first indie game ever. It's not. It's my first indie game. So I'll be talking about the story of Let Bygones Be Bygones and how I started it and now how it's going. So I'm George Markovic. Feel free to scan the QR code to add me on social media, contact me, whatever. I'm the co-founder of Bohemian Pulp. It's a small indie game studio from Serbia. And I'd like to present myself first, so you can maybe correlate and ask better questions. I'll try to be fast. I'll set the timer. So you have a time for questions, but feel free to raise your hand at any time and ask me whatever you have. I'll maybe speed up the presentation, but if you want more information on any slide, on any topic, just stop me and ask. So I started in gaming very early, when I was just a small boy. My brother was playing on that console called Spectrum, and I was crawling around and that thing fell onto my head. And that's like my first contact with games. After that, I played a lot of Sega and Nintendo and stuff like that. It was like the highlight of my childhood to rent a Sega and play it all day and all night long. When I grew a bit and got my first computer, I started working on comics in Word, Microsoft Word, and later made some cartoons in Flash, Micromedia Flash. It was popular back then, and it was basically like I was making animations that had some interactive stuff. So very basic programming, a lot of creativity. So I wanted to continue something like that later on. I was not interested in coding, in programming. I wanted something to be more like creative, more like artistic. So I attended graphic design for the rest of my education days. I worked as a graphic designer for around 7 years as a freelancer. I mostly worked on UI, illustration, UX, stuff like that. And then I decided to join a small local company who worked on games. And I learned a lot, like 3D, Unity engine, stuff like that. So I wanted to learn as much as I can during those days. And then I decided to start my own game. And here's the truth.
Excuse me for interrupting, but you might want to hear this.
Welcome to Planet Terrahive, a planet that never should have existed, completely encrusted in a disease called humanity. Dive into a narrative-rich world with 40+ unique characters and over 70,000 words, all fully voiced.
Holy soul sticks! That's like full novel!
Build your unique detective and choose your path with every decision you make.
A logical smarty pants.
You're trying to bribe a citizen because it's working.
An emotional flower. Real rain. Wouldn't that be something?
Or my favorite, the reckless wild card.
Nothing wrong with a healthy life, Jim.
Agreed, just ask your mom.
Surround yourself with unique sidekicks.
Stick with me for a no-filter joyride. Examine book.
Or choose me for a blend of reason and empathy. There's genuine warmth in his eyes.
Or any mix in between. You choose how the story will unfold into 8 different endings.
And here's a hint for all your achiever types. You can uncover every secret in just one playthrough.
Take your time and enjoy the ride.
See you in game, peepheads.
Let bygones be bygones.
Thank you. You can scan the QR code. It takes you to the Steam page. Wishlist it. It means a lot. So in 2019, I tried to start working on a game alone. I thought I can finish it by myself. It was too ambitious, because as you might have heard, it has 75,000 words, the whole game, so it's like a normal novel. And what's more complicated is it's all branching narrative. So there's a lot of conditions, a lot of programming in between, so every decision you make will take you somewhere else. So it's not just linear, it's not just writing, it's a lot of logical thinking and stuff like that. So I couldn't do it alone. I found a publisher. I mean, they contacted me. I had luck back then. And I joined a local gaming association, which helped me a lot. It would be even better if I joined it earlier, before signing the contract, but we can talk about it later. So yeah, they helped me to actually finish the game. I joined some local startup programs in 2023, and that's when we got some money and could hire people to work full-time. And that was a big game changer, because I was stuck. I worked on the game 3 years, and it was not going anywhere. So with the team, I managed to coordinate it and to like help them help me. And then we released the game like a month ago, and that was a big thing. But the game didn't go well on release, because it had a lot of bugs. We didn't have enough time to polish it, and we kind of lost momentum. So yeah, it's not super successful yet, at least, but it's a big success, because we have a finished product, and now when we pitch the game to publishers, it's a big plus. And also we have a team, that's another big plus. And yeah, so who around here is working on some game? Cool, a lot of us. Anyone who is working alone on their game? Okay, I pity you. Yeah. These are some stats from Let Bygones Be Bygones. So we built a lot of momentum before the release. This you can't see it here, but this is a wishlist balance. So this is the biggest peak. It's 4,000 wishlists in one day. It's a big thing. That was in one online event in Japan. They contacted us, and we made some trailer. Other than that, we had some smaller peaks, and this is something like announcement of the game. Wish lists matter a lot, because they push your game above everything else on all events that you participate in, and we were the first popular upcoming before the release. But the game had bugs, so it didn't go well. These are the earnings after 1 week. By the wish list, we had 25,000 wish lists before release. With some algorithms, it should have been like 7,000 sales. We had just 1,000, and it didn't move more from that. So there are a lot of things to consider. The biggest problem with production of the game is that it was too ambitious for the team. For myself. So yeah, planning and a lot of like awareness of what you need to do is really important. So I'm not telling you what to do, I'm just telling you my story, so you may collect what you need and maybe have some more insight. What would have been better is, okay, this is a slide that I showed to publishers to tell them what I learned from making the game and what's different now. It's not too important for you, but I'll go over some stuff. So I started as an unexperienced solo dev, trying to do it by myself. That's not a bad thing, but the bad thing was that I thought I can finish it alone, and I didn't document anything. So when the team came, I couldn't teach them the game. So I had to spend a lot of time to show them everything and to make them help me. So try to keep some kind of documentation. That also will help you to track your progress and to maybe limit yourself on what to do. Because I also play games, and when I find something that's interesting, I want to add it in my game. And I always think that some other game is better than mine, and I have to compete with them. I don't, at least not for the first game. So yeah, big scope, low budget. Now, if I've started again with the same scenario, the game must be smaller. So I started. It should have been 3 acts long, and it has to have like 10 endings, and I don't know what more. It shouldn't. It should be smaller. It should be less complicated, and you should like test yourself first, and then build on that. We try to balance localization, voice recording, controller before launch, and this T-shirt says it all. This is me, 1 month before launch, because everything went wrong, and there were bugs that we couldn't expect, and everything that we do makes it harder to go back. So yeah, don't try to do everything at once. We had a bad deal with the publisher. It's not too bad. I mean, they helped us build the game, and we wouldn't do it without them. But definitely consult someone. If not a lawyer, then try to find someone anywhere in the world who has some experience and contact them. Indie devs are especially really cool, and they want to talk about their conditions and what's okay, what's not okay. They want to help each other. We want to help each other. You can contact me. I can help you what I know. So yeah, just be aware if it's a bad deal. So, for example, if they take your IP, don't make the IP what you want, like your life work to be. Okay, we had good organic marketing, community communication. People love that. They love contacting with developers. Let me see. Okay, I'm good. So yeah, that's good, but it wastes time. So it's not out of question to ask your friend to maybe help you, or I don't know, in free time to post your stuff, whatever. But yeah. The whole thing wrapped up, it's really, really tough being an indie developer, but it's great. It's really rewarding. I wouldn't do anything else. I mean, if I have to, I will do, but I will always come back to this because it's super creative. You can do anything in your game. You can express yourself. You have a lot of freedom because indie developers are supported by publishers, or you can self-support if you have some money on the side. And yeah, you can really make anything. So always along the way, try to think why you started doing this. That's a big thing. So if you're doing it for the money, maybe it's not the best place to be, because the biggest chance you will not get any, like us. But it's good. It's rewarding. When I play my game, it's really nice what we've done with it. So that's a big thing. Testing is really important. Try to test it early because it will help you gather feedback from players and see what's wrong. For example, now that we've published our game, people like the game, they like the story and everything, but there's a bit too much text in it. So for the next game, we'll try to reduce that, make it more snappy. And the biggest advice is that you don't have to put everything in the first game. So there's always a next game. And try to plan it. Try to, if you have 1 year to finish, try to finish it in half a year. And in 3 months, try to see if you can finish it in half a year. And if you can't, try to cut as much as you can what's not important to fit it in half a year, because you will need at least half a year to polish everything and to launch it successfully. That was my biggest mistake, because I always wanted to put everything in the first game, and I didn't have. So I learned that about half a year ago, and it helped a lot to cut stuff, but it was a bit too late. Community support, as I said, Serbian Games Association helped us a lot of indies gathered around, and there's always seminars, some community events that I suggest that you visit. If you can, try to travel around Europe, try to see events around, and try to participate in those. This is our next game. So it's basically the same game. I mean, the same mechanics, the same looks, but it's set in steampunk now. Okay, yeah, that's our solution on how to express our creativity that we couldn't fit in the first game. But there's also, we now have experience on how to limit ourselves still. So we don't have any combat mechanics, because we don't know how to do that well. We have a lot of narrative. We are good storytellers. We'll play a lot of D&D and stuff like that, so we put that into our games. And we're good with arts. So we limit ourselves on that specific part. If you're good with gameplay, limit yourself with that. Don't make a branching narrative with 1,000 endings or stuff like that. Do a fun gameplay. Okay. So, do you have any questions?
Can you please tell us more about the graphic side of the game?
Okay, so the graphics, let's stay on this side. The graphics is pixel art characters with 3D surroundings. I made that before signing the contract, and I experimented a lot on how to do anything, on how I will handle graphics. And I tried 2D, I tried 3D, all 3D, and I tried full 2D. I didn't like that. It kind of looks old, I don't know. And also with 2D backgrounds, it's a lot of work. So it's much more simpler to use some assets, like you can buy or on App Store or wherever. Use assets for the backgrounds, and then just draw pixel art characters. It's easier to draw. I mean, it's faster. It's not easier. There's a lot of challenges in drawing pixel art, because you have small resolution to express yourself. But it's also, I don't know, it gives a lot of freedom for players to imagine the character. So this character can be like, he can have scars, he can have blue eyes, green eyes, whatever. You can also write that down in narrative, and it's less work. So that's why I decided on pixel art. And then I experimented on how to do it in 3D. I think that now Unity supports sprites, but back then it didn't. So I had to make a simple shader graph and make it's a plane, and it has a sprite sheet on it, and it just changes frames. That's it. On top of that, it has normal maps that I initially drew by hand, and then I found a cool app called Sprite Illuminator that helps. It's just one click, and it makes an outline in a normal map, and that helps light fall onto the character, and it makes it more alive. It also casts shadows, and that's basically it.
Thanks a lot for the amazing insights. I have two questions. First one was what the publisher helped you with, And the second is how you decided on the release date. Like, were there some external pressures to do it on that date, or like did the bugs kind of fall under the radar when releasing? When you mentioned that the release was like a little bit buggy.
Okay. The first question was? Okay. Publisher mostly helped us with money. And I don't know, it's the worst part of the publisher, but it's also the best part of the publisher. They didn't help a lot with marketing. They had some marketing campaign, but it didn't do anything. So yeah, basically they helped us with money. And the release date, well, it's a bit more complex. They were already tired of us because the game should have been released like 2 years after they signed the contract, and it was 4 years now. We spent all the money. That was the big issue. So if we would delay it, it would not help much because the last month was really crunch. And we couldn't put ourselves in that mindset when it was not like if we didn't have a big deadline. I didn't sleep like at all. I slept in average like 2-3 hours a day, and there would be like 2 days that I have no sleep. So I didn't believe I can do it, but I can, obviously, and that was the big part. They asked us if we want to move the release date 1 week, and I don't know, that wouldn't help. I mean, and then yeah, that was the release date.
Thank you. As someone who already experienced the releasing a game, can you tell us about the moments that you thought that you had hit the rock bottom, you had no motivation for the game at all, and started to question yourself, why am I doing this? What is the purpose of the game? And can you tell us about the moments how you conquered that fear and said, I'm gonna do it? Tell us about your motivation and how to, for some indie developers who have started doing games, how we manage that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the first 3 years, well, I was working alone, and then there was Corona, there was some personal matters at hand, and it was really low. And I always had this feeling that I have to do it because I'm getting the money for it. So that was like the biggest motivation, because if I don't work on the game and I'm getting the money, it feels bad because it feels like I'm stealing the money. So that was the biggest motivation back then. If I didn't get money, I would probably give up sometime, and especially if I didn't have any money, I would probably find a job or something. So that's the biggest one. And when I got the team, then it was much easier because I have someone to like work with, and I have some how do you say the word, obligations to them, and that's a good thing, to find someone who you must account to. And there's a term for it. It's an accountability partner. So they don't have to work on the game, but you have to like ask them to push you. So you will tell them, I want to build this game. I really want to do it, and I cannot do it alone, but I want to do it alone. Try to push me, and I will report to you every week what I've done. And if I didn't do anything, try to push me like you are a publisher or whatever. So that's a good thing to have. I didn't have it. I had it only when I had a team, and then it was easier. Let's go for it.
Mm-hmm. First of all, thank you for the great speech and congratulations on your release. Yeah, I wanted to ask, you have experience right now And what is your go to the publisher, like what you need to actually go and talk to the publisher, and what is your strategy on that matter?
Okay, so I pitched the next game a lot in past, I don't know, maybe year and a half. So I have quite experience with pitching to the publisher, but we didn't sign a deal. So I cannot really tell what's the most important thing. But when we released the game, it was really a big thing that we have a released game. They didn't even ask how the game went. It's just, okay, you have finished the game. Okay, cool. It's released on the Steam. You have a publisher, even better. I mean, you don't have to have the publisher, but finishing one game, especially with a team, it's a big thing. They will ask you probably how long is the game and whatever. And I think that you should build the first game to be like a smaller next game. So don't try to build something completely new, because you can always give the key to the publisher so they can try your first game. You say, okay, we did this and this, and now we want to build on that. That's a good thing. Another good thing is numbers. They want to see that people are engaged in the game, they follow it. So try to build some organic marketing, like followers on Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, whatever, Reddit. Those are good things. And put it on a slide to show that you have something. What they're most interested in first is your team. So try to, when you're building a pitch, first talk about yourself and your team. That's the first part. And that was my mistake before, because I pitched the game and I pitched the mechanics, and they don't care about mechanics now. They will care about mechanics if you go to the next step, and then they will ask you for GDD, and then you will send them GDD, and then you can show them mechanics. You can talk about mechanics maybe later, but it's first to that they match you. It's really important to meet in person, so visit conferences, buy business passes, and make meetings with publishers. Try to do some research, who they are, try to make a personal invitation, so say like, hey, our game is similar to your game, this and this. Maybe you would be interested in that. Don't send a simulation game to a publisher who does first-person shooters. They will not sign you. So don't waste your time, don't waste their time. But you can practice, that's also okay, if they accept. What else? The biggest thing after that is having a demo. At the first pitch, they are not interested in seeing the demo, but it's important that you can say that you have the demo, that you can send it to them. The demo should include like the most interesting part of the game. So what's the most unique point of your game? Try to distill it and to distill to make it as small as possible, to show what's the mechanics you're pitching. So our last demo, we were pitching a narrative-driven game with a lot of branching and a lot of endings, and we made a demo that is linear. So it was really bad, and we didn't sign. So yeah, the next demo will be just focused on the non-linear part, and we want to make it a roguelike narrative. So that's a big word that we are pitching now, and that's the thing that they have to see. I mean, they have to feel it. They have to feel that it's fun. So try to make the demo as fun as possible. Test it with your friends. Try to test it on conferences. Smaller conferences work good. And try to get feedback from players and make it as fun. Okay, next.
So, quick question. You mentioned that you had a bad deal with the publishers first time. What exactly were your pitfalls? What was the bad thing about this deal?
The worst thing now to us is that they have the right of first refusal for any sequel of the game. So any game that has characters or any part of the story from the first game, they have the right of first refusal, which means we have to pitch it to them first, and they have to refuse before we can go to anyone else. That is not too bad, but the worst thing is we have to do it on the terms that we signed the first contract in. So that's the worst part. The other bad part is that we split revenue 35% for us and 65 to them forever. So yeah, that's a bad thing. It's usually 50-50. That's the baseline, and then it goes over more to the developer. You can ask me anything else in the lobby. I'll be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Georgia, for this honest conversation about your ups and downs. I really feel like this kinds of conversations and stories, when it's not about like, you know, this pure success, help shape the industry and help shape the community better. Moving on, let me announce the next speaker of the day. Please give a round of applause to indie developer from Kimura Games, David Mkrtchyan, who will be talking about building a free-to-play multiplayer games without going bankrupt on servers. Davidjan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. It is always great to see so many people interested in game development. Today's talk will be... How can I change? Okay. Thank you. So today's talk will be about building resource-hungry multiplayer games without going bankrupt. And briefly about me, I'm an indie developer, 3 years in web development, and last 10 years I've been in mobile game industry. I'm a founder of very tiny team, indie team consisting of 2 people, me and another artist. And yeah, I'll be talking about this, profit margins mostly. So to emphasize the importance of it, I'm going to bring a simple example of a bakery. So imagine you're running a bakery, you have thousands, daily average sales are 1,000 of bread loaves, and imagine your cost of production is $1 and selling price is 1.1. So what will happen every day? You'll be getting about $100 of revenue because your profit margin is 10 cents. Multiplied by 1,000, you'll get 100. So in every business, profits are important. So can we improve this? One of the ways to increase the profit margin is increasing the price. And assuming that your sales will stay the same, how much would you get? At the first glance, you may think that your revenue will go by, what, 10%? But actually, by raising your profit price by 10%, you're raising your profits. You're doubling your profit margin, and essentially what happens is you're doubling your profits, assuming that your sales will stay the same. But in a competitive market, this doesn't happen usually. Usually, when there is multiple offers, clients will go to the competitor. So there is other way to improve the profit margin, which is making the sales price as previous, keeping the sales price as it was, but reducing the cost of production, optimizing the cost of production. And with this, you will get the same result, but you'll be confident that the sales will stay the same, assuming that you're delivering the same quality. So, jumping into, so we'll be talking about, this talk will be like a case study. It is about our game that we've been working on last few years. what the game is, it's a multiplayer physics-based with physics-based animations. So what do we mean by physics-based animations? So we don't use animations as traditionally used in other games. We don't make it inside the 3D software. Instead, on each bone of the character, we attach a physics rigid body and also attach a collider. Those each physics bodies are attached to each other with joints. So what will happen is when we're running the physics, the character will drop this way. But in order to move the character, we have to calculate physics forces, and for each pose, we'll have to use different sets of forces to make this character work. So all the game is, the entire game is based on this ragdoll theme. You can check out later. So during the development and the prototyping stage, I've been testing different solutions. The first one was a relay-based networking solution, which doesn't fit us well, because in order to this game work, we have to simulate the physics on the server side, and we can't synchronize it. This is the only consistent way to synchronize it. We need to have a very low latency networking and stable and uninterrupted gameplay. With relay-based networking, this is really hard. It's like more like impossible, because what relay servers actually doing, this middle thing, they are just forwarding the packets to the server. So in our case, the player on the right is also the server. So the client, if you can see, if he presses jump, the input travels across the network through the relay to the player. Player calculates the physics, the server player, and sends the positions back. So in case of in very good case of scenario, when both players have 100 milliseconds of latency, the total latency will be more than 260, which is unplayable in our case. So the other solution would be to use dedicated game servers. This is very good solution. This solves all the problems. Also, I want to mention that in case if player server leaves the game, terrible things will happen. So dedicated servers are a very good solution, but the costs are a lot more expensive. So same scenario in case of dedicated game servers. The client presses jump, the network travels to dedicated game server. In this case, the server actually calculates the physics, as you can see on the top. The same thing is happening on the server side, except we don't use any rendering there. And the positions, all the data is being streamed back to the client 1 and all the other clients. This is a good solution, but it is expensive. So to simplify things a little bit, I'm going to show the expenses per $100 revenue. So in tier 1 countries, meaning the tier 1 countries are US, Canada, Europe, and those rich developed countries, we have 79% of profit margin, meaning for each $100 earned, we are spending about $21 on our infrastructure. But in case of tier 2 and tier 3 countries combined, those are the rest of the world, like Serbia, Armenia, even countries like Indonesia, India, or rest of the world. For each $100 earned, we are spending $110, which is a terrible business, meaning that imagine if millions of players are playing from India, your cost of infrastructure will be much more than your revenue, which could make us bankrupt. So we had to tackle this issue. So to optimize the cost, we have to break down the expenses and step by step optimizing them step by step. So as you can see earlier on development stage, I was heavily relying on PlayFab. Multiple services I've been using: backends, content delivery network, game server hosting. So the easiest one is content delivery network, which is CDN. So to optimize this, we simply have to, this is the easiest one, we simply have to compare the competitors and move to the best, the best offer. So by moving from PlayFab to Bunny CDN, we are cutting down the, in case of, I want to show the second, third, and fourth offers. Those are the popular cloud providers, but surprisingly they have higher costs. So by moving to Bunny network, we are cutting down the costs more than double, 2.5 times to be precise. But to explain a little bit what content delivery network is, why content delivery network is used in games. So maybe some of you are familiar with this, that CDN is mostly used to accelerate websites, loading the websites like images and stuff. For games, we're using to downloadable contents from the servers. Those can be skins, emotes, even stuff like music and other assets, and also images in the shop. So in our case of scenario, whatever you see on the left side, we can tolerate a little bit of latency, but on the right side, we are dedicated to make it, to download it as fast as possible, because when players are opening the shop, we want them not to see any loadings. We want them to see the offerings right away. But in case of music, emotes, and skins, they can play. We can delay this a little bit. So, and the next step of optimizing this, we can ask ourselves a question. Those assets, they need to be delivered as fast as possible. And if yes, we're hosting them on the standard network, which has 123 points of presence. What does this points of presence mean? It means that, let's say, for example, if player is from Yerevan and he wants to, he opens the shop, he wants to see an image, the image will be downloaded directly from the server located inside Yerevan, so the closest server. And if these POPs are less amounts, let's say on the left side we have only 10 POPs, there is no server near Yerevan, we have to download from Europe somewhere. This one is 20 times cheaper, this one is 2.5 times cheaper. So those content that we can tolerate a little bit delay, we decided to host on this cheaper option, and this reduces the costs, the expenses per gigabyte downloaded by 5 times, from 10 cents to from 10 cents per gigabyte to 2 cents, essentially. And this is how the graphics looks after applying this. As you can see, profit margin went from -10 to 3.5, which is good, but it is still not enough to build a healthy business. So we have to optimize it even further. The next step would be optimizing the backend costs, which initially I was relying on PlayFab. So by trying the same steps, trying the same way to optimize, we comparing to competitors. Well, we can reduce our costs by 30% by just moving from PlayFab to Nakama, migrating. But I want you to pay attention to this blue part of the chart on the right side. As you can see, this is the hardware costs. Is the orange one, we're actually paying them as a service, so there is software. But if the Nakama is actually an open source solution, so if we would use their open source solution and customly deploy it on our hardware, we will reduce cost 20 times. But here's the catch. The right one doesn't support horizontal scaling. This expensive version does. So in order to explain horizontal scaling, I have to explain what vertical. There are two ways to scale backend applications. The first is vertical and the other is horizontal. First, considering the vertical scaling option. Imagine you have few amount of players, you can run your server, your backend server on one single instance or one single server. So when a lot of more players connect to the game, we have to increase the power, use more stronger server, migrate to a stronger server. And when players keep coming, we have to keep increase the amount of we have to keep moving to a much more powerful server. And at some point you'll be using the most powerful server, and you'll still have trouble, and you'll have trouble because there is no more way to scale it, because the backend server needs to run on one single server in vertical scaling scenario. Let's explain horizontal scaling. So to tackle this issue, we have to make the backend application able to run on the multiple servers. So when more players connect, we will just add more servers, and when even more and even more, we can just keep adding hardware, and we won't have any scaling issues when there's millions and millions of users. So again, this the third version of Nakama, the service version, the expensive version, does support the horizontal scaling, but the open source free version does not. So this is not a solution for us. So that's why we have to make our own. So I had an experience programming. I had a good experience programming in Net, so I decided to write my own solution. So in my case, I wrote an horizontally scalable application which has a bi-directional client-server communication. What does this mean is that both users can request something and get back from the server, and server also can send messages to users without them asking something or requesting something. Also, it does support P2P communication. So this is how the infrastructure looks, the diagram, and this is used for Teams feature, like players can connect with each other and then chat, text, and also join a match together. So this is how it looks. I mean, after teaming up, you can just matchmake and play a game. Also, this real-time communication feature allows us to use lobbies to create custom games. Well, it's really versatile, I think. So in order to make this custom solution a full-fledged backend, I had to add a persistent database, so players could store their data. So we could store players' data, and then create a dashboard. So I used MongoDB, an open source solution, as a persistent storage, and I created our own dashboard, which to use manage players, do live ops and stuff like that. So this is how the diagram looked. This cut down the costs by a lot, but as you can see, we're still paying service costs. So this is really good. The blue one is the hardware cost. The orange one is the service costs. We need to pay MongoDB and Redis Cloud, which are also open source solutions, but they are not providing horizontally scalable deployments for free. They also charge us for that. And there is another open source solution to help host other open source databases on your hardware and make it scalable without actually paying those companies their service fee. This is called Bitnami. If you're in web development, just check it out. Using their deployment solution, we can host both MongoDB and Redis on our hardware and make it horizontally scalable. So after using Bitnami's solution, again, you can see this blue part grew a little bit because we are hosting the databases on our hardware, but the cost went down more than five times. So applying this to our previous chart, we can see we got rid of the orange at all because we are using our own backend, and but the hardware costs grew a little bit. So our profit margin went from -10% to 30%. This is actually a lot better than -10. So for each $100 earned from second world countries, third world countries, we had to spend $64 on our infrastructure. But we could do even better. So the next step would be to optimize the game servers. So this is how it looks at this stage. All the players connect to our central backend solution to matchmake, team up, and stuff like that. But for them to play actual matches, we have to locate a lot of game server clusters around the world, so they could connect to those clusters for their matches to play. So this is how it would look. Players would send a request to the matchmaker. Matchmaker would try to reserve a game server from the nearest cluster, and then send the IP and port back to the client, so they could connect and play on the nearest server. So, and then this cycle would repeat. Ideally, all the players that are nearby to a certain server would be connected to that particular cluster. So this is what we're going to try to optimize now. Looking at the competitors, as I said initially, I was relying on PlayFab, which is bought by Microsoft, and it's called Azure now. So you could see this blue one is the compute cost, and the lighter blue one is the networking costs. So which is quite surprising, because networking costs are higher, because we're streaming all the data 60 times per second to all the players, and we have quite a lot of data to synchronize, because instead of using animations, we are using bones, and we have to synchronize each bone individually. So the direct leading competitors don't offer a significant discount, but let's take a look at AWS GameLift. This is a service by AWS, which uses spot instances. What are the spot instances? This means that AWS could ask the compute back from you. So it basically can interrupt your service, but it does in a smart way, so your gameplay is not interrupted. So for our session-based game, is really good. This is a really good solution. But for games like RPGs, MMOs, this is not a solution, because your world have to simulate in the background, continue simulating in the background. Checking out the other competitor, DigitalOcean, which also offers scalable infrastructure. You can see that there is no networking costs. This is because DigitalOcean offers terabytes of free networking data transfer. So this is very affordable solution for us. But can we do even better? So I want to show you what the cloud providers are selling. Cloud providers are not providing the hardware themselves. So they are splitting the hardware into multiple virtual machines and selling these virtual machines. What would happen if we would rent the hardware directly from hardware providers? And this actually would reduce the costs more than 2 times. The disadvantage of this approach would be that the hardware is not scalable. The costs are exceptional, but the hardware is not scalable. What do we mean by scalable hardware? So in case of cloud providers, imagine those are game servers. Players connect to those game servers to play. Imagine you have a lot of game servers, a lot of players, so the amount of game servers also would grow. And what would happen in this case when the capacity is full? The cloud providers will actually provide you virtual machines would attach to your cluster, and you won't have any scaling issues. So this cycle would repeat. Your hardware will scale itself up, and it will scale. It will also, when you don't need these virtual machines back, the cloud providers will take them back. The good thing about this is that you're paying this virtual machine per hourly basis, and this greatly reduces price. But with bare metal solution, your compute power is limited. So when the capacity is full, no one is going to automatically provide another server to you. You have to log in manually to the dashboard, order a new hardware, and sometimes it could take days because hardware could not be ready. They have to install and stuff like that. Then after that, we had to manually install Kubernetes on it, and then join these nodes together. So after doing all this, we could scale up, but this is actually not a usable solution, because I could be asleep, and there could be some YouTuber could make a video, and those new players couldn't play online. So actually there is a solution to this issue, and the solution would be set up 2 clusters on each region. One bare metal cluster, big bare metal cluster with a lot of capacity that would take care of 90% of the traffic. So when player, and one small cluster from cloud providers. So when players want to play, they would send requests to a matchmaker. Matchmaker would try to allocate. It will prioritize bare metal. It will do everything to allocate the game server from bare metal. And if the capacity is full, and then and only then, it will ask cloud providers to allocate, to provide a reserve game server. So going back to the previous diagram, this is how it works. The left one is our bare metal solution. When the capacity is full, we start to allocate reserve game servers from the cloud providers. And because cloud providers can scale up and down, we would, in this case of scenario, we would use advantages from the both sides. The cost would be higher a little bit, but our infrastructure would be both scalable, and the cost will be really, really low. So after applying all of this, you can see that the costs went down more than also 6 times or whatever. Our profit margin from again third world, second world, third world countries went from -10 to 80%, which would mean for each $100 earned from those countries, we would be spending only $20 from infrastructure. And in case of tier 1 countries like US, Canada, Europe, and we would spend only 4% of the revenue on our infrastructure, which actually looks like a healthy business to do. So summarizing the talk, optimizing the code and networking is compressing the networking data is very important to use as less compute power as possible. You also keep in mind that it is better to compare services, make sure that you're using the best offer on the market. Open source solutions are very good help to remove the price, remove the service costs, and host the hardware themselves. But keep in mind that you have to spend some time to host them yourself, so which is also an expense in a sense. So using hybrid solutions for combining bare metal and cloud instances to make this work. So thank you for attention. If you have any questions, I'm ready to answer. Please.
Which engine do you use for your game?
Using Unity. Unity engine. Yes.
Then why you not using Unity services?
Which service?
Unity.
Yeah. Well, actually, for dedicated servers, Unity also charges the. If using dedicated infrastructure, Unity also charges the same price as leading cloud providers, and even a little bit even higher. Also, Unity offers relay service, which is I've explained in the previous slides that it's not a solution for us because it has a lot of latency. We can talk about it later. I can explain it deeply. So, can you please pass the microphone to the girl?
Thank you. Do I get right that you didn't count your development cost inside that?
Yes, exactly. So these development costs also a thing to consider. So this is also expense which it didn't include in the slides. So you have to pay attention to this. Development costs also adding costs to your well. Also, development costs are also expenses, but the good thing about is that you can make your infrastructure customizable. You can customize it as you want, which service providers mostly don't provide. So, if you could host your game, if you would have healthy profit margin without spending time on open source, on deploying yourself, this is really good. You may ignore the this custom deployment stuff, but for us this is game changing using the open source system.
Just interested, why you used physics-based animations instead of cheaper ones?
So the physics-based animations actually attract players. So if players, when they see this gameplay, they want to try. So physics-based also it is a part of a gameplay. So because players can simply pick up a character and throw them away, and it will happen in a very funny way, which we couldn't achieve using traditional animation. So that's kind of basically the reason why.
Okay, if I can ask questions not so related to your topic, I am interested, what is the % of paying users in your game, and what is the best-selling item?
Best-selling what?
Best-selling item in the shop.
Item. The best-selling item is obviously Battle Pass, because it offers a lot of things for free, and purchasing players probably less than 2%. It depends on the country, obviously. In US, less than 2% players actually purchase something for real money. In US and Europe, the percentage is much higher. In the tier 2, tier 3 countries, percent is much lower, obviously. So, the last question. Okay, one more question.
Thank you for the talk, David. When you mentioned CDN,
yes.
Why not ship it with the game, and why do we have to rely on the CDN servers instead of shipping it with the actual game?
Yes, so actually to do live ops, it is really important to not update the game every week. So in order to manage a live ops, we're hosting we're giving new offers like on daily basis, and we don't want the players to update the game every day. Also, we want to use we are using different live ops features like segmentation, so we could segment payable users in a different segment and make them download different stuff, and for players who don't want to pay, we would make them download another stuff. So hosting the downloadable data for us is really important, and we have to rely on CDN for that. So thanks for attention.
Thank you so much, David John, for all the insights and the pieces of advice you shared. If you didn't manage to ask your question to David, you can still catch up throughout the day. And here I am reminding you once again about the Telegram channel. Seems like not everyone has joined, but it can definitely replace me, because there you can find the agenda, all the announcements, some hints on how to get to different places of the venue. Moving on, I'd like to pass the floor to our next speaker. Please give a round of applause to Valeria Trafimova, producer at My Games, who will be talking about how to develop and operate mobile zombie shooters in 2024. Valeria, the floor is yours.
Hi everyone, it's nice to see you here at PowerPlay Game Development Conference in Yerevan. And today we will be obviously discussing how to develop and operate mobile zombie shooters. Couple of words about me. My name is Valeria Trafimova, and I've been working with mobile games and the game development industry in general for more than 6 years now. I've been working with various mobile and PC titles as a community manager, and now I am one of producers at My Games, working with one of our top titles named Left to Survive. Left to Survive is a cross-platform mobile zombie shooter set in a post-apocalyptic world. Players are to build and protect their base, collect multiple resources and heroes, and participate in various game modes. The game is released to 6 main platforms, including 4 mobile game stores and 2 PC game stores. And it has been live for 6 years now, so well, the game has made a long way from the idea to the global release, and we are still actively upgrade it and add new features and content to the game. And today, by the example of Left to Survive, I will tell you how to deliver quality updates, how to organize your team's workflow and keep your team members creative and inspired. We will also talk about achieving flexibility in operations and maneuvering among legal and tech market changes. And of course, I'll share some tips and tricks on how to create evergreen games that will perform for years. So without further ado, let's get to it. Our operations at Left to Survive are divided into 2 main parts, which are binary updates and live operations. Binary updates include all code changes. We have meaning new features, functions, component updates, and complex bug fixes. Live operations, on the other side, are more about content updates, such as new events, arts, and even sales and offers, and much, much more. So let's proceed with the heavy part of our work, which are binary updates. As I already said, binary update includes all code changes to the game, both for the game client and server. So to release such an update, you need to prepare a build, submit it to a game store, wait for the review, and roll it out to your players. Different game stores have different requirements for the builds and metadata, such as visual assets, game descriptions, ASO, etc. And the review itself can take up to several days, and unfortunately your build can be rejected, so make sure to submit your build in advance. Of course, to deliver a new version can be a complex process, especially when you work with an online game, which include both client and server. So it's your goal to make this process smooth and predictable. As for my team, we have checklists on everything, including pre-submission, submission, and release process, because one person can easily forget something, and when you have everything on checklists, the mistake is, maybe there will be less mistakes. But before you have something to put on checklists or even to put into the documentation, you need to build your team's work to achieve the best results. So let's talk about project management a bit. I believe that processes are a very important part of game development, and the way you build, follow, track, and adjust your processes directly affect the results you get. especially when you manage a lot of people. At Left to Survive, we have a team of approximately 70 colleagues, including engineers, artists, game designers, quality assurance testers, community and customer support managers, and much, much more. And when the work of QA or community managers is tightly connected to the overall development process, the work of game designers, engineers, and artists should be built more precisely. There are two main management systems in IT and game development, which are Waterfall and Agile, and I bet you've heard about them many times before me, so just say a couple of words about those systems. So in Waterfall, a person starts the next task after they completed the previous one, and it's a perfect system for our artists. In Agile, on the other hand, a person can perform several tasks at the same time and switch between them, so I believe that it's a perfect approach for our engineers and game designers. However, every system needs to be adjusted to suit your goals, so when you create your team's workflow, don't forget to consider the work specifics of your different departments or different team members. Don't be afraid to change the processes if they don't complement your goals. And of course, listen to your team's feedback to adjust your processes and make them better. I worked a lot with teams in Clear and Agile, and I believe that it's our perfect system for game development because it provides the most flexibility and it can be quite easily built within your team. However, at Left to Survive, we had to adapt this system a little bit, and the main difference here that instead of short sprints, we work version by version. So we deliver a binary version with visible changes once a month. It's a medium production speed, and it depends on the game and its genre. For example, for a hyper-casual game, the production cycle will be much shorter. So here is a high-level presentation of how we prepare our versions. So the most important thing here is to define the business value of your features or the update in general, meaning that you need to clearly understand why you add a feature to your game, how it will improve the game, and how you will understand that the update was successful or a specific feature was successful. We usually add features to the game that will earn us more money, increase our engagement or retention metrics, deepen existing features, or just improve the overall gaming experience. So when we have a list of features, we hold a planning meeting where we assign tasks to our team members and get the estimates. The release date depends both on the inner estimates from the team and external factors such as platform requirements, and those factors also make us prioritize our plans and sometimes even release features partially to fit into the time frame. When a feature is ready, we review it, play test it, give feedback, and make additional improvements and fix bugs. In a couple of weeks before the submission date, we start all the preparations, and when everything is ready, we submit and then release the game. And another crucial phase of the preparation process is version review and analysis. We work closely with our analytics team to understand if the features we released or the update in general have achieved the goals that we set. And sometimes features can be reworked or removed from the game if we understand that they don't perform as expected. But Left to Survive obviously is an old game, but we still need to improve and update it to keep up with the market trends and keep our players entertained. So how do we search for new ideas? There are some good ways to stay creative and inspired in the work. First of all, every quarter, our production team holds a strategy session where we discuss the game's performance and prioritize our plans. Each member of the production team brings their ideas, we discuss them, and form a plan for several next months. Secondly, we have regular studio game jams to keep our colleagues motivated and inspired. During a game jam, a team of colleagues can develop a feature for one of our existing games, showcase a new game prototype, or even create a technical breakthrough. For example, our another game named Zombie State has been actually born during a game jam, and it has been released worldwide a couple of months ago. Thirdly, our designers always have their backlog full of ideas, game design documents, and features to be implemented to the game. Their backlog is never empty and always a source of new ideas for our games. Lastly, a couple of words about the competitors' research. I believe that it's important both to stay up to date with the latest market trends and even get references for the features of your games. And as a former community manager, I can say that community feedback is also very important. Please don't ignore it. Your community are almost your testers, and sometimes they bring really nice ideas how to develop and upgrade your game. But after all, the development process is all about finding balance between making a quality game and testing your ideas fast. In the changing market, you don't always have several years to create a game, especially a mobile one. And that's why it's very important to be flexible, no matter if you're just developing a new game or you're operating a released one. But obviously, the approach for those types of projects will be different. In my mind, those approaches are quite opposite. When you develop a new game, you usually just need to prove the idea to the real players. So it's enough to create a minimum viable prototype and release it to the market and get the metrics. But when you work with an old project, the technical state of it is much more important, and developing new features, you need to keep in mind all the technical legacy of the game. But in both cases, it's nice to have ability to test your ideas dynamically. So let's talk about live operations. Live operations are executed using downloadable content, and the previous speaker was talking about it a little bit as well. So downloadable content is everything you can add to the game without a binary update. In our team, we developed our own DLC component for Unity in 2012 and has been using and improving it since then. Here are some examples of DLC in Left to Survive. As you can see, it can vary from configs and balance, locations, enemy skins, weapons, and even ads and offers can be added to the game dynamically. I love working with DLC and live ops. It's kind of my specialization. So I obviously can point out many advantages of it. But in my mind, the most important thing here is that you don't need to go through the entire binary release process to change something minor in your configs or start or change something in your event. And moreover, every big feature in Left to Survive has a kill switch for it, meaning that it can be turned off only with configs if needed. But of course, live ops management puts extra work on our operation team. We have a separate group of colleagues to prepare live ops and make sure they are bug-free. And we also work closely with our product and analytics team to analyze the impact of our live ops to the game metrics. And as a result of all of this, if you deliver quality content on a regular basis, your audience expectations grow proportionally, so be ready to keep up with the tempo. Let's look at some numbers. Let's adhere some numbers and talk about our experiments and results we get at Left to Survive. First of all, I'll tell you about our time travel event. It's actually a series of events where players participate in different game modes one by one. They are all united with a theme. For example, we have aliens, cyborgs, insectoids, and much more. And the event is nice itself, but after our rebalance with LiveOps, we managed to double its revenue comparing to the first launch. Another couple of words about our monetization system. We actually have a very wide monetization system of the game, which includes more than 400 pieces of offers, and we have a wide segmentation to offer our players the best goods they can buy. But at the time, we added there also manually set offers, which we rotate every couple of weeks, and now they generate us plus 10% in revenue every month. And of course, live operations and DLC is all about finding perfect combos, not only in event sequences, but even within a single event. So you can take the gameplay base from one event, add there a balance from another event, add their special game store, support all of this with in-game announcements for players, and gain plus 50% in revenue for this particular type of event. Please remember that LiveOps is the monetization base of your game. The game can exist without any binary updates for some time if you continue adding their new content, events, art, and something like this. You should do your best to get the most of your LiveOps. And here is some tips and tricks on how to make your LiveOps better. I think that we should search for best combos in mechanics and event sequences all the time. Don't be afraid of changing anything in your game economy and balance if they doesn't suit your goals. Keep your event pool various and entertaining, and of course, think about your LiveOps schedule density, because another trend here is constant and even overlapping events. But well, I talked a lot about developing the game, operating it, and planning the plans. But the market usually has its own adjustments to make. And another part of our work, of my work, is to keep up with the latest technical and legal changes and challenges out there. For example, when Apple introduced iOS 14 and the user's ability to block the sharing of identifiers for advertisers, it changed the user acquisition market forever, because without ads IDs, it became almost impossible to acquire paying audience. So everyone out here had to adapt their marketing strategy, and the importance of organic installs increased drastically. Another example of such a global change is recently introduced Google Consent Mode that requires collecting users' permission to show them in-game ads and transfer their analytics data to Google. It is based on European Digital Markets Act that took effect in March. So without collecting such a consent, you can lose all your in-game ads revenue in Europe. And the latest example is Apple Privacy Manifest that requires updating several main SDK in your game, including Firebase, Iron Source, and even Unity. And of course, regular SDK updates are here at the table too. So as an example, you should regularly rise your AP level for games on Google Play, and just regularly update all other SDK to fix possible bugs and use new features introduced. Of course, usually such big changes are announced in advance, so the developers have time to integrate them, but still you need to carefully analyze and fit those changes into your release schedule to meet both your feature deadlines and those technical deadlines. A great way not to miss all of this stuff is to integrate into the game development community and cooperate with other gaming professionals. I think that each of us is already a professional at their work or is about to be, so it's very important to cooperate, discuss our work, and work together. I believe that we can be great team players within a single team and share experience as gaming professionals. So we can share tips on solving problems, discuss and test new ideas, share some expertise like here today, and of course support each other, because being a part of community is great. At my games we have several studios which interact with each other and try to make their best and their impact on our shared growth. So at my games, our head departments regularly send us their reports and insights on market trends. We also create working groups on different topics, including game monetization, working with new stores and something like that. We also have regular workshops from different teams where they share their experience, cases, advantages and fails. And of course it's nice to have an ability to come to any colleague for help or advice if we need. But I strongly believe that even if you are a single person developer or you work with a smaller team, you still can create such an environment around you. Just pay attention to analytics reports by major companies and big tech companies. Check out Gaming Press and dive into the constructions to understand the successful games better, and participate in online and offline gaming events. For example, such we have here. And of course, I know of a couple local game development communities, for example, here in Yerevan. It's nice to have them here, and I believe that we can not only find their soulmates, but even hire person we need. So I know I will sound a little bit naive here, but I'm sure that all of us are competitors, but we are still a part of the community, and it's very important to cooperate and share our thoughts on the industry we work in. So on this high note, I'd say that that's pretty much everything I wanted to share with you guys today. Here are some main takeaways to sum up my presentation. I wish you to find balance in your work, to keep yourself and your team creative and inspired, successfully maneuver among tech and legal challenges out there, and of course to integrate into the game dev community. Let's make great games. Thank you very much. I'm ready to answer your questions.
Hello. Thank you for the presentation. My question is, what are the main activation and engagement metrics to evaluate the overall performance of the game, and how you find balance versus the monetization metrics?
Thank you for the question. First of all, when we launch a new game, we look at the retention, day 1 to day 30 retention, and then we try to scale our when we add monetization to the game, we look at the dynamics on the retention, because usually we launch the game without monetization, then add it, and the metrics go down because people understand that monetization is there as well. Our goal is to get great retention at first, which hits our benchmarks for the genre, and then we try to scale our ARPU and RPPU metrics, which monetization metrics, which show how many players pay in our games in general, and the medium check of a paying user. So the goal is to scale it proportionally, and the players must pay more and more and more. And Left to Survive is a kind of unique game in this matter, because we don't have really great day 1 retention metrics, but our old players pay really a lot. So if our players stay with us, they pay a lot of money. That's why we try to develop features that will keep older players with us, keep them entertained, so they keep paying. I hope I answered the question.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. Basically, everything in nature has lifetime, right? And how do you estimate the lifetime of the game, and how do you get prepared for the next generation of the game, or how you are getting prepared for the end of the game?
Thank you for your question. As I mentioned during the presentation, we have strategy session with our production team every quarter. So usually at the end of the year and then in the beginning of the year, we hold such sessions and discuss what opportunities we have for the year. We analyze the metrics and we discuss what stage is right now for our game. So if we see any possible problems or just I don't know, challenges, or maybe we have another game in our studio to be developed and we need to share resources with them. We collect all of this and understand if this year will be a year of well, improvements and new features and development, or this year we have like less resources, so we need to get the best of what we have. But for Left to Survive, I can say that the time of regression is coming, but not yet come. So we both develop new live ops features like new events types and everything that can boost our monetization at the moment and gain us more money. And at the same time, we work on new features like big code features. We try to improve our clan system. For example, we add new chases for players. We add features that actually change the gameplay. So we try to do both to keep the game going for another several years, I hope.
A bit silly question, but what's the average frequency of like delivering new live ops or new content, new event to keep the market engaged?
Yeah,
like
okay.
The average.
We usually have several live ops releases a week. Yeah. So we try to plan them in advance, the entire process from preparing. We have a live ops schedule, and it is prolonged for the entire year. So we know the base of our events and so on for months, actually, and we try to prepare them in advance. So I think that we can release 2 or 3, or 1 to 3, I guess, live ops releases a week. But sometimes we have force majeures, like bug fixes or something like that, and we release additional live ops. While the binary version, as I already said, is every month or month and a half. Yeah. I think that's all. If you have any more questions or just like to chat, I will be somewhere over there. Please come ask more questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Valeria for the great speech and for the productive Q&A session. It's now time for another parallel session. So in this stage, at the main stage, we'll be hosting a panel discussion on how to get into game dev in 2024. And in the workshop stage, which is in the end of the corridor, we'll be having a workshop by Alexei Karmanov from NVIDIA on audio to face facial animation technology. So it's your last chance to go to the workshop space if you feel like you want to attend the workshop. Otherwise, I'll be happy to invite the moderator of the panel discussion on how to get into game dev in 2024. Narek Aslikyan, co-founder and CEO at the Armenian Code Academy. Narek-Jan?
Thank you very much. Just let me change the setup. It's more like speed dating, right? So we are going to talk about how to get into game development in 2024. And we have a great team of speakers today to talk about it. And I want to invite Milica Todorovic from Ubisoft, associate producer from Ubisoft. Nenad Jovanovski from Serbian Game Association. And Maria Feinberg-Azarian from Cookie Games. Yeah. I will ask about the second mic. Yeah. Thank you. To you, and we will share this one. So, colleagues, I'm going to ask questions like ordinary newcomer for the game development industry will ask. And let's start from your current roles, and please describe what do you do on a daily basis now, and describe your role in a few words just to get acquainted with the team.
Hi everyone, my name is Maria. I'm an art director. I mostly deal with project management for projects that we have art in. We're an outsourced company, so we do a lot of marketing and stuff. I deal with customer communication, so I am the mediator between the customer, our CEO, CFO, and the team that's actually going to be doing the work. And also when it comes to like game design, art and stuff, the basic art director stuff, fixing the issues and similar things.
So when it comes to my position, I work as a project manager in Serbian Gaming Association. My work concludes on cooperating with our partners on creating programs that can further help to expand and strengthen our gaming ecosystem, working with teams, with smaller teams and startups which need some additional help, and basically running those programs and following that we implement everything that we have planned for them.
Thank you. So, as a producer, basically that means my job is to make sure the game gets done. It's the baseline. Other than that, I make sure everyone knows what they're doing, getting the vision of the game and taking care of the team, of their motivation, of their professional growth, and so on. There's a lot that goes into the job, but basically it's just like make sure the game gets launched is the baseline. So yeah, that's it.
Great, thank you. It's not a secret that in the tech last 2 years there are some turbulent stuff in hiring mostly. So I want to ask you to describe the current state of the game dev industry in terms of stability, in terms of hiring activities, and in general, how do you compare to 2024 with like post-COVID and pre-COVID era?
Maybe I can start. So obviously there's been a lot of change since specifically because that was 2 of the greatest years in game development history. Talking about the revenue, of course, growth of the company itself. But now we know there's a lot of layoffs. There's a lot of companies closing. But there's a silver lining in that, and I recently read a really good article about it. Is that a lot of studios are opening in the East, basically Eastern Europe and Middle Asia, and this kind of our region basically. So it really helps a lot to be kind of sure about the stability of our jobs and of our future, is because we have a still, this is maybe unpopular opinion, but we have a cheap labor that is really, really good quality. We have really good people. We have really amazing talent in our region, and the West is kind of figuring it out now more and more, and they're opening more and more studios and growing the talent here, which is a good thing for us, because yeah, there's some bad things happening in the West, but ultimately it's making our region much stronger in game development. So that's my opinion. But
so every year in the Serbian Gaming Association we create a yearly report on the health of the ecosystem. For first thing is to measure, are we growing or we are not growing, but also to see what skills are lacking so we can create programs and help studios and individuals. If you look at the data, we do not have some drop when it comes to the revenue. Actually, the revenue grew a bit. It didn't grow like it did from 2020 to 2021, but we need to be realistic and to not to compare ourselves to that data. I heard a very interesting lecture when they said that everybody was quite fond of giving out free money during COVID. So what people did, they took that money and they bought games, so they're not bored when they're locked down. And this really created a spike and maybe an unrealistic state of the gaming industry. And I don't want to say that it would be delusional to think it's going to skyrocket grow like it did in those 2 years. There is a significant drop when it comes to the employer branding activities that companies are doing. The focus has switched to mid-years and seniors, not so much to junior staff, but again, a lot of small companies have been created during the COVID, and a lot of staff are actually gaining their experience in working in that company and then transitioning to the larger ones. So I would like just to say not to lose faith and not to stop thinking about going into the gaming industry. Just work on your skills and your portfolio, and trust me, you'll be okay. Another spike is coming anytime soon.
Yeah, so basically, obviously, after COVID, it was awful because all the companies were getting rid of their people because there was not enough money and stuff. However, there is something we need to be honest about with ourselves. Games aren't really going anywhere. Entertainment is one of the biggest things that people enjoy and do and will always do. So it's not a matter of whether this job will be needed because gaming is dying or whatever. It's about pushing through this phase. That's just a basic low, and a basic up will come after that. And what I always think is the moments where situation is the worst are the moments when you need to push the hardest, because when your skills will be needed, you will be at a much bigger stage than some other people that actually gave up at the point where it was bad. So use this as an opportunity to get better rather than just be discouraged and decide to leave the area for something else. Because nowadays, everything is moving very fast. You need to be very adaptable. You can't allow yourself to be discouraged by something that happened just in like a few months. So just keep strong. It's really going to be better again, as always.
Thank you. Just a short question. I think it might be interesting for people from Armenia looking for global opportunities. I have such observation that game development industry is one of the most remote-friendly industries in the tech in general. So is it true, and is it possible to find a job living in Armenia for global companies? What do you think? In comparison with another sub-industries like software development or something like that?
It's a good thing that we actually have a representative from a global company here, so Milica.
In general, I would say yes, but specifically for Ubisoft, we don't have a remote model. Hybrid models where you have the office. I think that would be a good idea. To
It's a matter of time, right?
Yeah, but I believe industry is going in that direction, and okay, and there are a lot of companies that are fully remote, and obviously grab those opportunities as they come. As you said, it's a very remote-friendly industry.
It is quite remote-friendly industry, and we actually had a problem during the COVID that a lot of our developers were switching to some Western companies because they were offering like a fully remote model, because that was the only model how you could work. And then our companies couldn't follow up with let's say the price of the work which the Western companies were willing to pay. So we had a kind of a small problem when it comes to the manpower. So yeah, and also just to further add on, this is the 2023 is the third year in a row that actually gaming revenue overshot the film industry. So just keep that in mind, that although there is a crisis, it's still developing quite well.
Great. Regarding roles, the most demanded roles, what do you think? I can assume you will share your personal pain points about lack of talent in your industries, but what can you share about the most demanded roles and profiles you are looking for on the market now? Maria, can you start? Yeah.
The biggest demand right now, weirdly enough, in art, it's UI UX. But in general, there is a great lack of soft skills with people that work in IT and in game dev in general. Mostly people that work in this area are very shy, very timid. They just want to do their job, and they're normally good at it. But I think that nowadays, especially that everything is mostly remote, the hiring is, and there is a lot of communication on cameras, text, and talking, there is a lot of value in the ability to actually describe your thoughts, your creativity, and to explain your ideas. Because you can be very great with your hard skills, but your soft skills will create an issue where people can't actually see what you are. Skill-wise, it's mostly the idea of adaptability, because, for example, if you're an artist, you find out there is AI and you're against it. Instead of taking something as a tool and using it for the future, you have some moral idea, you stand up against something, and it stops your progress in the future. So the idea is always about taking new stuff, learning new stuff, trying to become a multi-tool rather than someone who does one thing very well, because that's definitely needed right now everywhere.
Yeah, I have to agree. First on UI UX, there's somehow a lot of need and not enough resources in that area. Other than that, we're always needing more programmers. I think that's going to be for a very long time always one of the highest needed positions for the industry. And I have to agree with you about the soft skills. That's definitely something that we're always looking for, because hard skills are much easier to learn, and when you start working, we can teach you how to code, we can teach you how to design or whatever, but it's much harder to teach soft skills, so that's definitely one of our priorities.
If we're talking about soft skills, can we somehow rank it? Like, what kind of soft skills you need the most?
Not sure I could rank it, but it's just first of all is like knowing how to work in a team, how to respect other people, how to make room for other people, basically, to have social and emotional intelligence, so you can know how to read the room, how to most, like, maybe if we would rank it, I'd say working collaboratively would be the first thing, like to know how to work with other people and understand them and not push your opinions on them, or yeah, that would be the first thing. Being a decent human being, obviously, like respecting others, this in their diversity. It's just like yeah, that would be for me top two.
Okay. I can see a thin line between soft skills and some values of people in the recruitment process when you're trying to attract the right people. And the most valued soft skill for me personally when I'm hiring people is flexibility. Like, yes, and this is a thing you can't train. It's quite difficult to train, just through stressful situations maybe. And Maria said about AI, and I want to talk about talk about the changes we might may expect from the game development industry in terms of hiring people, in terms of hiring needs, and starting career into in game development, taking into account that some stuff will be automated, or maybe we can change something in our preparation stage and learn some new things, or how to use AI, not be affected by AI.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I can add a lot to this. Still, we don't see a big impact yet, especially in hiring, especially in finding people and finding talent. I'm sure you can use it in all the right ways to prepare for interviews, to like learn more, but currently we still don't use AI during the development that much. We rely a lot on our in-house artists, on the creativity that we have in-house. We are not abusing AI, especially not creatively. It can help a lot with some repetitive tasks, with some, like maybe looking for the potential bugs in the code, stuff like that, that can optimize the process. But, and this is a personal opinion, I believe that especially for the creative side, we need to rely on people, and we need to rely on artists primarily, and use AI only in terms of optimization and not not in any other way, basically. Yeah.
So basically, AI is also helping the gaming industry a lot. We can see it in the work of our smaller studios and startups, because some part of the programming they can now do kind of on their own, which allows them to have lower costs. And when you're developing game by yourself and not for a specific investor, your resources are quite limited. And with AI, they can do some stuff to make them cheaper, but again, narrative part and the art part, it's always something that is going to stay on the developers. And I don't know, I think we are quite a few years away from having an AI that can do that stuff too.
Yeah, about AI, there's also one part that it's used in during the hiring process, in CV and resume checking. There is AI that sort of scans a bunch of CVs, resumes, and gives HRs like information, basically, are these candidates good or no? I am against it completely, because my personal CV would never pass that. But yeah, it has some rules, and I actually advise people often to have two versions of CVs. One that's matching with whatever AI will want or think people want, and one that shows your personality. But especially when it comes to AI in art, majority of people are against it because it's considered unethically sourced. So it was basically teaching itself based on art of people that did not give consent. But at the same time, I think everything is a business, right? And if something exists and is cheaper than hiring 4 artists to do one work, people are gonna use it. So we should face the truth. AI is going to get better and it's going to be utilized. What we need to do, because the need in actual artists that change the content will never go away. We will always be needed. The idea is how we use what we have. And the idea of adaptability with AI and with absolutely everything, I think, is crucial in this area, especially if it's the tech area that moves on faster than all the other areas in life. So, in my opinion, you need to start learning and utilizing AI in everything, not because you want to fake that you're better than you are by showing it, but because when it gets harder and better, you will need the skills of the basics to start learning. You don't want to learn in 5 years from the very beginning, you know? So yeah, I like AI. I'm fascinated by it, but I'm also waiting for the end of the world caused by it. That's gonna happen, trust me.
Thank you very much. Mills, I want to ask you about one more thing. We were talking before getting here. What is the state of diversity and inclusion in the game dev industry in general? Are there any differences between other tech sub-industries?
Yeah, so it's still not really great. It's much better than it used to be 10 years ago. But I mean, you can see it right now in front of us. There's like 90% guys and maybe even less than 10% women in the audience. And that tells you enough what you need to know about the state of the diversity in the industry. We need to get better, we need to be better, and that's why we need to represent more women who are amazing at their jobs in the industry, and basically showcase that, yeah, that there's no reason that this is so far away from equality. It's much better, as I said, so in Serbia, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's maybe 30% women in the industry, which is really amazing growth in the last 10 years. And we have a lot of women also in the leading roles, in the managing roles, which is pretty good, 50%, that's amazing. So we've done a lot of work to get there, and we will continue doing it. So I just want to say that, for example, for hiring specifically, there's a fact that the guys will apply for a job even if they don't fulfill anything from the list of needs. They're like, yeah, I'm sure I can do that, because they have a lot more I don't know how to say it.
Overconfidence.
Yes, exactly, which is good, which is really good. And women, if they're not like, if they're 99% filling the role, but there's like 1%, I'm not, maybe, I'm not sure. They won't make, I won't make it, and they give up. It's just something that we're taught from the very early age, that we need to be perfect, or anything less than perfect is not good. And I just want to say to all the women here, like, apply, even if you're just barely scratching the needs, because everything can be taught, and the most growth that you will make it in the workforce, like in practice, and not like sitting at home or in school and whatever. So this is super, super important, and I really want to encourage you, apply for the jobs, even if you're not 100% sure you're gonna get it, because you will get it.
Great. So, personally, I'm an HR professional, not from game development. So, 66% of people on the stage are women from game development. So we are keeping diversity on the stage, I assume. Okay, I met a lot of friends from different industries, from different roles and specializations on this event. I don't know, but engineers, designers, project managers, product managers, and I assume they are interested in the game dev industry. What is the ideal background for people, from your perspective, to get into game dev? Do they have more chances if they are from software engineering and they have some back-end engineering experience, or they can make it even if they are not coders, not developers, engineers, regular, I don't know, project managers or non-tech professionals, but interested in game dev industry? What do you think?
Well, actually, there are multiple roles when it comes to the gaming industry. We have created a website which is from October going to be also live in English, where you can check out. There is more than 50 professions in the gaming industry. So the background, it is important for some specialized positions, but in general, everybody who was involved in the field of IT could quite easily switch to the gaming industry when it comes to the technical part. When it comes to the art part, we had people who were switching from architecture, from medicine, from technological sciences with some added courses. But what is interesting that the big part of the gaming industry is also narrative design. Here we had people from humanist science, from language and literature, so they are also, if you're talented for writing a good story is just a few steps away of becoming a good. Again, it depends on a role that you're actually applying for. But I don't know. I myself am not a technical person, but I kind of managed to print in the gaming industry as well.
Agreed. I am not a tech person either. But that question is really funny because there are a lot of jobs, and it's not like the gaming industry is like an Illuminati club, you know, that you can get only if you've played 350 hours of Counter-Strike. I'm pretty sure, because I am part of Illuminati, you know, 'cause they have nothing to do with each other, trust me. Oh, so nice to meet you, sir. Yeah, okay, so I have a few people that are 3D artists. I met them during working when we were doing marketing stuff for like architectural buildings. Very talented 3D guys. No experience in game dev, but they like games. They play PUBG, apparently, so they really wanted to get into it. And the question was like, how can I get into game dev? I'm pretty good at 3D. I'm like, okay, you have the skills of 3D. You have the ability to talk. You have internet connection. You play games. What else are you supposed to have or know? It's a basic knowledge of programs, and it's kind of knowing the idea of how the project is made. Obviously, if you want to be a producer, you need to know much more. You need the front end, the back end, the details, because you will be controlling the process. But if it's a job where you just need to know your function, do what you're good at, you can just apply. Whether it's project management, whether it's 3D, 2D, if you're a good artist, no one cares. If you have finished the university, if you have a degree, because the proof is in the pudding. The proof is in your portfolio, mostly in ArtStation. You just show it. If you're good, you'll be taken. If you need to be taught something about game dev, you will be taught. Like, yeah, this is the pipeline of making a 3D character for low poly. Great, it's like 10 minutes of explanation from your art lead or art dev. So yeah, it's not an issue at all.
Okay, it's working now, so let's see. Yeah, you took at it all basically, so I just want to say, if you're starting from scratch, if you had no experience whatsoever before, you can still apply. We are hiring a lot of juniors always, people like right from high school basically, before even college, and we don't care about that. If you're good at what you're doing, if you're willing to learn, most of all, that's all that you need. If you're switching from different like backgrounds, that's always the case in game dev. We have a lot of people, and I really mean a lot, who are starting with zero experience, zero knowledge, who are starting as development testers, which is kind of the get your foot in the door kind of position for a lot of people, because we always need development testers, and there's always need for them, and it's a starting position for which you really don't need absolutely anything. And we have a lot of people who are going because while you're doing it, you see the whole process. You see the whole production. You learn a lot about the game production, and you can easily realize even if you're not sure beforehand, like what you want to do, where you want to go, because there are so many positions that you can go into. Starting from dev test, we have people who went to level design, level art, UI, project management, producers. We have a lot of different talents that came from very, very, very junior, very starting positions. So do whatever you can to get your foot in the door, and from there you can basically just move anywhere. It's pretty relaxed industry for making moves from different expertise.
Amazing. Thank you very much. I think we can move to questions from the audience. Do you have any questions? Feel free to raise your hands. Oh, great.
Hello, everybody. My name is Victoria, and I'm searching the job right now, and I've seen in a lot of applications that they really want me to be interested in gaming. So you said this is not the issue, but I've seen that I'm not interested in gaming. I'm not like game a lot, playing games a lot, but I want to switch like from one position to another. And what could you say why they still have this item in the yeah?
I can speak from Ubisoft perspective. We don't require you to play games or to be passionate about games. It's always a bonus because it will make your life easier basically on the job. But there's basically a rule that says you don't need to be a gamer to be good at your job. And we have a lot of I have a lot of colleagues who are not interested in games at all, who are amazing at the job. So it's really not a rule and shouldn't be a rule. And I think it's maybe a legacy for some from earlier times, but I'm seeing less of that requests on job applications from smaller companies even. I can maybe understand why some indie studios would do that, because when there's 5 of you, you need to have really good chemistry or really good cohesion of the team, and you need to be on the same wavelength. And if you have same or similar interests, it's going to be easier for you than if you have completely different interests. So that's maybe one of the reasons that I could think of for very, very, very small studios. For bigger studios, I think it's a bullshit idea, basically.
Yeah, if we can cut the audio for a second from the live stream. Yeah, I'm also not a gamer, so.
Oh, wait. Okay, there is actually different psychological aspect to that. Think about people who are put for people to come and apply to the job. They know that people who work in gaming most likely like games, and they place feel like it's going to be fun. You're going to be surrounded by people who know the same topics. And for people who like games, reading that is exciting. They're like, oh, during the interview I will get to talk about my favorite Pathologic 2 or something like that. So that's often used as an actual tool to interest the people who would most likely be interested in that topic. Don't worry about it. Even if you play something like Gardenscapes or Candy Crush, it's the idea of someone having a little bit of experience and knowing what the user experiences or wants to experience during playing the game, and just get you interested in other people. It's not like a big deal.
Thank you. You had a question, right?
Hi, thanks for the interesting discussions. I fully agree with what you guys said about the importance of our soft skills. I also, in hiring, also look for communication abilities, etc. I'm wondering, do you guys have any like systematic way to assess soft skills during like the interview process, apart from like long internships?
Yeah. So for me, the most important stuff is the basic stuff that tells our brain that the person is confident in themselves. It's looking straight in the eyes. It's like open body language. You can fake it all. People don't know the difference, absolutely. Actually, if you're introvert, that's the best way to start teaching yourself to be more extroverted. Just fake it. No one will know, trust me. But basically, especially during the interview, one of the biggest parts that we evaluate is how well can you explain, because you basically have like 10 minutes to explain your whole experience and your skills to us in a very short time. It's stressful for you, but at the same time, you're supposed to evaluate us. So we're like saying, okay, what type of information does he say? How much he stutter? Does he look into our eyes? Is he able to actually decide from what we tell what's important to answer? Because obviously if person is very anxious, they have a hard time telling what we imply by questions, you know? So it's more the calm confidence. I'd advise to not be afraid of interviews. It's not a scary thing that you're supposed to do good at or you're a failure and everyone hates you. It's a few minutes where a couple of people from the company will try to assess if you're a good match for the job they have. You're supposed to assess if you want to work for those people. So don't skip the questions that you're supposed to ask. Always ask like, what's the team like? Do you work agile and stuff like that? And just open, smile, wave preferably, and just be nice. It's mostly faking.
I'm not sure about the exact techniques, but I know we do it because we have a few rounds of interview for each person. So first you would talk only to a recruiter, and that's kind of the first line of defense, so to say. They're really good. They're trained to see all of the little things in the candidates. And after that interview, you would do either a technical interview or a test, after which you would talk to people who you will be working with eventually if you pass the test. So you will talk with some technical person, you will talk with people from the team, and then after that you would have an HR interview with an HR person, which is like, so by that time you've already talked with 3 different types of people from the company, and between the 3 of them, usually more, they will have a good idea of how you act, how you feel, are you a good fit for the team, or maybe if you can bring something new to the team that we don't already have. So yeah, there's several like layers, and there's more than one person who decides on that. So if 3 people think you're a good person for the team, you will get the job basically.
And try to basically take any chance that you get for practicing. We are organizing a few times per year like a dedicated to the like a game fair for job fair for the gaming industry, where you can simulate portfolio reviews and also HR talks with people from companies. So it's very important if you get a chance to visit this kind of event, because I would say that HR talks are kind of a bit different in the industry than in the regular IT industry.
Let's have one more quick short question, and we're short of time.
Hi, thanks for the great panel. My question is a follow-up to the question just asked. As a follow-up on what Maria said, so if it's about faking it, and if, let's say, most coders and most artists, if it's about faking it, and if most coders and artists are the shy types, aren't you inadvertently selecting for psychopathic traits for people who fake it well?
Who's answering? Me? Okay. Hell yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's easy. But a psychopath or a sociopath or anyone that's kind of not being able to adapt to a friendly environment will very quickly be like, you will be able to see that in like a month of them working in a company. Also, psychopaths, it's a condition where you don't really feel anything, right? You have no ability to empathize. So you're already far from art and gaming and stuff like that. It's mostly CEO and financial positions that psychopaths go for. Sorry, that's true. Okay?
That's true.
Yeah. But when I meant fake it, that wasn't advice for HRs to hire people who fake. That was more advice for people who were like me. Like, I was very shy when it came to talking to people. I couldn't stand in a room where there were more than 4 people. I would cry. So that's more advice for people who are working on themselves and trying to get themselves out of the situation where they feel like their heart is pounding when more than 2 people are looking them in the eyes. Just work on yourself. It's a skill, not talent. It's not an inherent thing that you're born with, the ability to talk. It's something that you learn, and it's very important. We're humans because we adapted to conversations, to talking, to stories. So yeah, you can do it.
So that's it. Thank you very much. So the main conclusion: don't be shy and don't hesitate to make your first step in game dev. Thank you, colleagues.
And if you're shy and you don't want to ask the question in front of the auditorium, please feel free just to approach us.
Definitely. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Narek-Jan. Thank you, dear panelists. While my colleagues are helping me to set up the stage, here is another reminder for you, especially for those of you who didn't manage to join the Telegram yet. You can go there to check the agenda, see what's coming up next. We will proceed with this stage with a talk from the Chief Executive Officer at Roguebite Games, Avetis Zakharyan, who will share his story of how Roguebite survived the darkest hour. Avetis-Jan, the floor is yours.
Is it mine right now, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Where's the thingy? I need a thingy.
Here you go.
Okay. Let me see how it works. Up, okay. Okay. Guys, we're gonna start in 2 minutes, so I'm just gonna wait for everyone to take their seats, stuff like that. Play piano, I don't know. I can't play piano, I'm sorry. I just wanna sit. Yeah? Okay. We're ready to start, I guess. Cool. You guys can hear me right? Because previous, they said it's not. Oh, good. Okay. So, 10 years ago, I decided to start a game dev company. That was a bad idea. I'm kidding. It was a great idea. I loved it. So it was a chaotic period in my life. I was starting sort of new, and I decided to add starting a new company to the list of my problems, and it was a good idea. So during these 10 years, we worked on many games, but 3 of these games were most memorable for me, and these were the ones that we sort of finished. So we started them, we finished them, they had a full life cycle. So I'm going to talk about Deep Town, Sandship, and Metropolis real quick. But a quick show of hands, how many of you heard about Rockbite Games? Just so I know the... Okay, so most of you. Cool. So I'm going to start with Deep Town. Deep Town was a huge success for us. It had 10+ million users, was famous, so I don't know, lots of people played it. Like I saw someone playing in a bus that I didn't know, so it was cool. And we earned a lot of money with Deep Town, so we had a huge revenue flow, and it helped us to build an office, hire people. Like we grew from 8 people to 30 people thanks to Deep Town. It was quite entertaining, well, for us and for players. And so it was doing great. The problem with Deep Town was that, oh, and I probably should mention that I'm going to mention 3 games. For all of them, like something went wrong. And I'm going to say what went wrong for all of them. So for Deep Town, somewhere like 4 months, maybe 6 months into the game, we thought that we want to create something new. We want to create something more badass, some amazing game to work on. Which I don't know if it was ambition or naivety or whatever. That was a stupid idea. So when we started working on a new game, there was this other game dev company that was working on a game called Idle Miner Tycoon. I don't know if you guys heard about it, but it was very popular on the Play market. And so what happened is that in few months, Idle Miner Tycoon became a very, very popular game. Like they went through the charts, they were extremely popular, but not us, because we thought we want to make a new game. So that was kind of stupid. And I guess the lesson here with Deep Town is that if you have something that's working and it's like it's bringing you money, it's working, it's great, don't start new. Like maybe finish it or something. So that's with Deep Town. You know, don't throw it away if it already works. The next game that we worked in, the cool thing, was Sandship. Now, Sandship was everything we ever dreamed about. It was a nerd dream. Like we made it extremely complex, exactly like we wanted it to be. And so the thing with Sandship was that we made it super complex, and apparently players don't like it that complex, you know. And not only that, we over-engineered Sandship. It was extremely complex engineering, and we got to the point where whenever you were like, whenever you try to fix a bug, you create 2 new bugs. So I don't know, it was very unsustainable. Eventually, Sandship failed as a game. Bad idea. So the lesson here is that don't overcomplicate it. Like life is complex as this. Don't make it harder for you. And the third game that we worked on was Metropolis. Metropolis was incredibly beautiful. It was sort of a noir-like black and white game with glowy color cityscapes, and it was looking so cool. Now, I would say that was the problem. Like, it was looking too good for it. And I'll explain why. You see, during the Deep Town times, if you throw a game to a Google Play, you get a lot of free organic traffic. You get like tens of thousands free users to play it. That was not case anymore with Metropolis. The times of free organic traffic, gone. This was a myth, and it's still a myth. So if you throw a game to Google Play, you get like 3 users at best. Like that was the best you can get. So it was an era of user acquisition. You should purchase users to have them play your game. And apparently, and what I learned very late was that the people who love sophisticated graphics, they also cost a lot of money to buy because they're sophisticated. I don't know. And so you basically, you pay for Metropolis. Purchasing of 1 user with that graphics cost us about $5+, and there was no way we can make $5+ on every single user in average. So Metropolis failed because the marketing was a problem. And actually, I would say that that's fine. Like sometimes marketing is a problem. What was extremely stupid is that we built a game for like a year, and then we decided to test the marketing. Like, great idea. Like, maybe do it earlier. That's the lesson here. Like, test the marketing, and then maybe work on a game and put your life in it and your tears, and you know. So that's with Metropolis. Now, look, It's 2019. Loud music is playing. We have some money from Deep Town. We haven't made any new cool game, but it's fun. We have money, we have funds. We created a big office. We have like a game room where people play games. Oh, you helped us create the office. Thank you very much. So we're having fun and like parties, team buildings, alcohol, like a lot of alcohol, like too much alcohol. Okay. So it's cool. We're having fun. This is a photo from whatever that party, I guess. And so yeah, you see, there's this chart. And it's about like if you fuck around, you'll find out. I hope I can use that word here. And the more you fuck around, the more you find out. So, and oh boy, I did find out. I did find out. So, like totally unrelated to that, just a quick note, in 2022, a disaster was in the brewing. In 2022, 2023, and even now. You will see what I mean. Just I will scroll like 20 slides for you. We're gonna go really fast. Just don't blink, okay? You'll figure it out. These are all the titles of all the companies closed and like E3 canceled. I don't know. It just goes and goes. I know, Sony laying off, Microsoft 1,900 Blizzard employees gone. Good job. We did really well there. So you may be asking, so game dev industry is going to shits. And Avik, is it a great idea that you're having all these parties and having all this fun? Well, I'm glad you asked. No, it wasn't. So Rockbite went almost bankrupt. It was horrible. It was shit. We had no traffic, no money, no good product, and just a month remaining to exist. Like we were dying. That was it. Like to add to that, we managed to pile up a debt to a user acquisition company, like $300,000. I wasn't. Have you any of you guys been in debt to someone $300,000? Just not a great feeling. I try to avoid it usually on my day-to-day life, but it totally happened. So I found myself in this kind of weird situation where everything is burning, we're about to die, and someone has to sort of clean up the mess. And so, we started cleaning up the mess. First thing first, we needed money, so we needed investment, we needed money fast, because we need to pay for these salaries. People don't get salaries from, it's not Santa Claus giving that stuff. So you gotta solve that. And that we did. Investment, we got very quick, and I'm really happy how we did that. We found a publisher and also investor, and I think that was a great idea, and I'll explain why. You see, what I learned is that whatever money you think you want to survive is a wrong amount of money, because we thought that we need something like 3-4 months of time to survive, and then we'll be good, because we'll definitely create a great product, right? Well, not true. Like what happened in reality, we needed 3-4 times more, and we need it took us maybe 1.5-2 years to fix this problem. And that means that if you take investment, it's not about money. It's about who you take it from, what else can they bring to the table, and if you trust them. Because this kind of problem will happen, and you have to trust them in order to, get away with it. And the other thing is that, as I mentioned, there is no such a thing as free traffic. You have to do user acquisition. And this is a bit sad info for all the indie developers out there. You can't. You cannot anymore be an indie developer. If you're an indie developer, set truth, find a job, get a studio, go work there. If you're a small studio, then, get a publisher or get a user acquisition company or hire user acquisition staff. You can't do that without user acquisition. Give up. And so we were lucky because our investor was also a publisher. So user acquisition was kind of solved for us. And that was the next step. We had to make a game, get back to work. And that we did. Now, I had to figure out how to make a game. You see, after Deep Town times, a lot of things had changed. And apparently, everything I knew, everything I thought is going to work, doesn't work anymore. It's all old news. So I had to learn from scratch how to make successful games. Now, apparently, so there's this tool called Sensor Tower. I don't know if you guys heard. Sensor Tower helps you basically do your research and see what games are currently working on the market, what is doing good. And I needed to play a lot of games to learn how to make games again, right? And I couldn't play all the games. I need to play only the games that make sense. And Sensor Tower helps you find the ones that kind of win right now. And I don't want to play, also I wasn't interested in playing games by big companies, for example, Supercell, Playrix, because if these games succeed, that means that they succeed because they do everything right. And you already know that you need to do everything right. What you're trying to find is what is the secret sauce? What is the thing that no one knows that works, right? So what I was looking for is companies that no one heard about, but they somehow have magical huge amount of revenue. So that was what I was looking for. And that wasn't easy, and I'll tell you why. Have you ever, I had this experience where like a friend recommends me a game and they're like, this is an amazing game, you should play it. Or like Sensor Tower tells me, these guys make millions, you should definitely play it and see why. And you play it, and it's kind of shit. It's like, it's horrible. You play it, and it crashes, and then the tutorial is horrible, and you don't get it. And you're like, what the, the word. It's like, why, like how they make millions of dollars if that's a shit game? And here's the deal. If it's not a hyper-casual game, that secret moment is hidden like 3 to 7 days into the gameplay. It's not going to happen immediately. Whatever they have is somewhere in the future. So you have to play it for 7 days at least to understand that, and even if you don't want that. And the second thing that you should do to understand why a game is successful, you should pay for it. You should pay for in-app purchases. You should spend about $100 on a game to understand what is it that they sell, to figure it out. And to add to that, like, you cannot spend company money. Like, it has to be your own money, the one that you earned that you don't want to give, that one, because you have to basically understand the value of whatever they're selling in order to understand how to, replicate the effect. There are other things, like you should go and talk to players on Discord and play some PvP. That way you're a hardcore player and you understand what to do. So, and I played 3 games. I was focused on 3 games at that time. Like, Eat Venture was one of them. It was super popular, made a lot of money. I knew that these guys are good and they should be, I should look at them. It was a game about restaurant business, like you have the stations, you upgrade them, customers, blah, 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 that kind of stuff. So that was one game. Another one was Bonehead. And Bonehead was good because it had bad retention, but it had amazing monetization. So I need to figure out how do these guys make money. And then the other game was Trailer Park Boys. This one I really hated. Like, it was so bad. It would have horrible tutorial and user onboarding. But what they did have is they had borderline genius balance. Like, they had mathematics like no one else. And at that time, we didn't have a game designer. So, like, how do you make a game without a game designer? You learn from the best. And apparently, these guys were the best. So yeah, what you do is you mix and match a bunch of different stuff from different cases, like making a smoothie, and you make this Frankenstein of a monster that we did. It's called Idle Outpost. Maybe some of you already played. It's our new game. Idle Outpost is set in post-apocalyptic rural America. I always fail on that word. So a bunch of zombies, cool stuff, and it had a lot of game modes. So it had things from Adventures, it had things from Bonehead, like fights in this middle slide. This cow thingy is very much close to the event that happens in Trailer Park Boys. So a lot of similarities, but it was a brand new game. But that's not what made it successful, if I may. And I want to spill the beans. I'm just going to tell you why it works and what's the thing. And it's somewhere here. You can photograph this slide if you want. It's more detailed, but I'll explain it in my words. So take a look at this picture on the right. We're going to get back to it in a second. You see, all my life, I hated hyper-casual games. I'm sorry if you make hyper-casual makes, but I do hate them. And I don't like hyper-casual games because it's a quick cash grab. What happens is that, how do you make a hyper-casual game work, right? You create cool gameplay, then you create a little problem for your users, and then you solve that problem by they watch ads, or maybe they pay $1.99 or something. So you make them have a problem, pay for it really quick, then they can go. And the reason is because the retention of hyper-casuals is usually very low. Now, I think there's, like, my advice is, don't finish fast. Like, try to sort of build up to it, maybe some foreplay, do that kind of thing. And so you have to take your time. And when you do, you will be rewarded even more. And I'll explain on an example, actually. So get back to the screenshot. In Idle Outpost, we have a legendary luggage. It's sort of a gacha chest from which we drop something. And there is a 1%, like if you take a look here, it's a 1% probability to drop an exotic item. So what player does in the beginning of the game, they see this chest and they're like, okay, I can get 1% of an exotic item. And we show that exotic item will give you, if leveled up to maxed, plus 10,000% to profit. It's like nuts. That's super cool in terms of game economy. Any player would want that. Except you would need 100 of these chests for a chance to get one. And not just that, every chest is extremely expensive. So it will cost you $6,000 in a game, like real $6,000, to get an exotic item. So obviously, no one is going to buy this chest, and that's fine. We don't try to sell that chest. There is no reason to sell that chest. What we do is that we tell them, hey, you know, there is this item. It costs $6,000. It's really cool. No one likes it, though, because like game is as fine as this. I don't need plus 10,000 to my whatever. So forget about chest. No one buys this. And then few days pass, like 3 days into the gameplay, and it starts to get harder and then harder and then harder. And you're like, oh, gee, I really need this 10,000% profit. It's just, I'm not stupid. I'm not going to pay you $6,000, right? Good idea, but no. So you create a problem. And then maybe 3 more days go by, and there you go. There's this interesting tournament in the game. It's like, it has 200 people participating, so all the people, 200 people buckets. And from these 200 people, top 5 will get free exotic items. And that is, wow, it's like, wait a second, so I have to just play something and for free you give me something that costs $6,000? They're like, that's a cash grab, like, yes, please. So, and they start to play that tournament, except it's a time limited, it's like a 3-day kind of limit. And at some point they're like, oh crap, I'm on 7th place, I need to be on 5th, how do I get there? Well, I'm glad they asked. Because we have a nice offer that will have you get slightly up, you know, maybe several places up, if you spend in total like $50, $50. And they think like, so I spent $50, I get a 6,000 worth of item, developers are stupid. And they do, they totally do. And what happens is that if I told them like in the beginning of the game, hey, like exotic $50, no one's gonna buy that, right? But this whole long story makes them do that, and you know, this is what makes it work. So, and you will ask like, did it work? Like, how successful is that idea? And it's not the only idea, of course, in Idle Outpost. And I want to report to you that it is. Like, this is a chart I took from Sensor Tower a few days ago. And so there's this game, Adventure, that was a reference for us. The other one, Bonehead. The Cat Snack Bar was like Adventure. I'm not putting trailer parks because they're like 0 in the bottom, so whatever. But what I want to say is that we definitely outwon all of our references. We took a look at what they do. We understand how they do it. We did it better, and we are these guys. So just after several days, we won all of them, and that feels great. And that's not my favorite chart, actually. My favorite chart is this one. This is last 7 years, and this line here, the purple line, is Deep Town for 7 years. So Deep Town, the first game that we talked about, like it's doing really good till now. It's still making money, but you can see it's slowly diminishing graphic, right? It means less and less and less. Now, this blue one here is Idle Outpost. It's like 10 times more or something. Actually, in its last several months, it already made more than Deep Town ever did. So that is like smashing success for us in terms of we put our minds to it, we figured it out, and we did this. So I'm super proud of this little, it's like it's still growing. So at the end of this stuff, I want to get back, like this is what I actually wanted to talk about. You see, our servers are burning, we have a lot of traffic, and we have a lot of content to make. So we're really hiring. We need everyone. We need like backend engineers, artists, animators, engineers, I don't know, level designers, game economy architects, whatever, you name it, live ops, we need these people. And so if you know someone who knows someone, or if you are that someone, please do send us your CV. We need basically a lot of people, starting from lately. So I'll be very thankful if you can share this. I prepared the big guns. So this is a QR that takes to our sort of job page, and I put Mimi. She's a really cute cat. It's my cat, and I hope she will help you to photograph this picture and maybe share somewhere. And yeah, I'll be very thankful. So that's it. I want to thank you. There's also another presentation. Like there's a panel. Yes, in slightly later. I don't know what time, but please do come. We're gonna expand on this theme and with just more people, and it's probably gonna be very exciting and interesting. And I hope you'll come. So is there a Q&A sort of thing? Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm done. You guys can ask. You're first. I saw. Yeah.
Okay. So hello, thank you for the talk. So my question is, there's like point A, you got money from Deep Town, everything is going great, large office, yada yada yada. Then 2022, disasters, layoffs, game industry on the descent, whatever. Then point B, you're struggling, almost bankrupt, 1 month to live. So can you please elaborate how exactly these events or maybe some others led you from point A to point B? Like maybe the players stopped playing, or was it like some internal issues with the publishers and stuff?
Yeah, it works. Cool. Okay, so, well, it's actually hard to say. You know, you sometimes just notice how it happens. Our traffic on Deep Town was going down and down and down and down, and CPIs were growing up and up and up and up and up. And because our lifetime of player, like LTV, is about 90 days, it takes you maybe 3 months to figure out if you actually have a problem, unless you have a professional sort of models that predict your revenue. So there is a delay before you find out. And we talked about find out, right? So what happened is that it took some time for us to realize that. At that time, we overspent on marketing, so we got in debt. And then because we worked on other games, we thought they will perform, and they didn't. And then CPIs went up because of the privacy things, you know, that happened. So all these things like collected in one basically month for us, and there you go. That's how it happens. In hindsight, we should have been probably smarter, but we weren't, so. Thank you for the question. Yes?
Hi, thanks for the fun talk. Since you've kind of moved away from the hyper-casual games, have you considered branching out into the PC market?
Where, sorry?
PC gaming market.
PC gaming market. Well, first of all, we never went from we never made a hyper-casual game.
So I mean the whole romancing the player approach.
Oh, I see. Well, we considered it, like for example, Sunship, probably a good idea to be a PC game, not a mobile game. But that would take a lot of work from us to actually port it there. And at some point, we always say like, okay, one day. But to be honest, I really love the mobile market. And I love for the following reason. It was in our basically plan all along that we wanted to bring the quality of PC games to mobile world, and I think mobile world still lacks that quality. So mission not yet complete.
So do you think there is a big, large, untapped audience of mobile gamers who are looking for the kind of depth, the kind of?
I think so. Yeah. I think there is. Yeah.
That's nice. Well, that's it.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, can you please tell a little bit about the starting of your company and the struggles, problems that you had when you were starting, and have you developed any games before the Deep Town? Yeah.
Before the Deep Town, we developed 50 games, 50, and they all sucked. So they were like horrible games, and we were trying to do on quantity, not quality, to figure out. Google was just starting. And so we made like some very ugly looking games. Like I was drawing myself. And so we did that. So some money so we could hire 8 people and do Deep Town, something like that. And we were working from a house, like it was just a rental apartment with 2 people, then 4 people, then we moved to office in this Synergy building, by the way. It was the most cheap office you can get in this building. It had no windows, and like there was just one window that looks to the reception, not outside. So that was what we had, and then we slowly built our way up, and then the problem is the farther you go up, the worse it to fall down. And so we were this company with 30 people with huge burning budget, and with debt and no good game, and you have 1 month. How you can fix it if you have 5 people? You can't fix it. Well, we did fix it, but it wasn't easy to fix it. But yeah. Thanks. Yes.
So first of all, congratulations with your new successful game. So what are the things that you're going to do differently now to kind of make sure you don't get in the same situation where you basically kind of suffered from success of Deep Town?
Okay, thanks. Well, I guess what I think is that we should focus on what we can do best and not try to search things somewhere else. So maybe not so much on build office, do parties and have fun, but make games. And besides that, I think what we will do now is that we know how to focus right now. We just shouldn't let it go. We know how to make games right now that work. We're gonna not let idle outpost go. We're not gonna be like, okay, we're making a new game. All the things that I said, just not do it. Should be easy. Thanks. We're good? Yeah. Well, thank you very much for coming to the talk. I hope. Yeah. I hope to see you on the panel, guys. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Abdishjan. The panel that Abdish was talking about is going to start in an hour, so make sure to check by. Okay, now it's another time for parallel sessions. We have a workshop that starts right now, and it will be at the end, go straight till the end of the corridor. Ivan Fatseyev will be talking about clean architecture in game development. So if you are interested in that workshop, please proceed till the end. At the meantime, at this stage, we will welcome Bagrat Dabaryan from Triada Studio and Andranik Melikian, also from Triada Studio, who will be talking about visual debugging in graphics programming. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Yep. How does this work? Can you hear me? Too loud? Okay. Let us just. Yep, you're here. Okay, I think we can start. So, hi everyone. Thank you for coming to this talk. I'm Andranik Melikian, lead game programmer at Triada Studio, and this is Bagrat Dabaryan, technical director and CTO of Triada Studio. Thank you for coming. So today we're gonna talk about visual debugging. I gotta click this shit. Okay. So yeah, today we're gonna talk about visual debugging. This is a set of tools and techniques that game developers naturally came up to optimize and increase the efficiency of debugging of games. This is something that frankly is not highlighted often enough, I think, on the internet. If you're gonna read up on it, there's not much talk about it, because this is something that is very different when you compare game traditional programming. Because if you're working on integrated systems or productivity apps, it's not often that you use these tools. You're more into traditional debugging, extensive logging, log parsing, maybe stepping through code, using breakpoints and stuff. Games kind of change this thing. So you have to come up with new tools to make the debugging more efficient. So I want to start with defining what a game is, because many like these tools are inherently come from the essence of games and problems that the traditional debugging can solve for games. So I define games as a highly complex data visualization and manipulation tool, because that's all it is. And you just have data, and you're finding ways to visualize it in a beautiful way. You can like you render like assets and stuff, and everything comes down to data in the end. Inputs are the way of manipulating the data, and these 5 points that I wrote out here are related to why visual debugging is important. The first of them is math. That's obviously this is the first thing that everyone says about games. Like game programming, you have to know maths. Yes, and everything in the game is driven by maths. That's true. I mean, you use maths to like define positions of objects, like to move them around, to find collisions, to ray trace, to like to know if a bullet hit your enemy and stuff, even to transform your objects to camera space to render it eventually. Everything is maths. That's one of the things. Games are highly data driven, because I mean, except for like obvious things, assets and scene definitions and stuff, we tend to use data as a part of logic. So we write data driven logic for games. Sorry. Because you can't always like write out all the algorithms for the game, so you have to make like a system that works in the provided data, so like attributes of characters and something like power, defense, and stuff. You know that. Other thing is real time. Yeah, the real time is actually a big problem, and it changes the way you have to think about debugging, because I mean, you can't debug real-time program with the breakpoints. You know, I mean, if you're having an issue of your frames per second dropping or something, if you put a breakdown, you introduce yourself an issue and a pause in the game. So you can't analyze. You have to analyze games within temporally. I mean, you have to watch how it behaves within some section of time. The games use randomization, and this is also something that we do to either gameplay or the looks. I mean, if you want to make your game like more fun, you randomize stuff. You just add like random health, random power, and stuff. If you want to make like your animations more realistic, you add randomization, like small amounts of randomization, and you like sparkle your. Like we sparkle the game with this dust of randomization, and it's like introduces entropy to the system, which makes debugging even harder. And the last one is user input, because user input, if you're a developer, you know how frustrating user input is. It's worse than randomization, honestly, because randomization is pretty predictable. And user input is something, yeah. Imagine the worst experience with user input you've ever had, and imagine that on steroids. Like, the game is heavily dependent on user input. So with all this said, I mean, the traditional debugging methods break down, because we have many things that are data-driven, that depend heavily on data and not the state of the program. They depend on maths, which are hard to parse if you have like extensive logs and stuff. And randomization and user input obviously increases entropy, which makes it harder. So I actually asked ChatGPT about how I should start this talk, and it suggested that I have to like show why debugging is important and talk about it. And I decided to, I thought that it was very obvious, so I decided to include these 3 pictures which showcase why debugging is important. But in all seriousness, yes, debugging is very important while programming. You spend most of the time, not most of the time, but like a substantial time of amount of time on debugging. You have to work on methods and tools to make it more efficient. So let's go over what visual debugging is, what we mean by the visual debugging. The first thing that I want to say is the thing that is the closest to like traditional debugging. It's visual logs. It's like logging everything in real time within the game, so you can see the dynamic of it, like the real-time FPS visualization, so you can see if it dips anywhere if you look at something, or maybe polygon counts, what you're rendering and stuff. It can be very useful to see the dynamic of the program, like with a graph or in a chart, in contrast to like parsing logs, or even if you parse through logs, you can see that there was deep in FPS, but it won't give you much information because you don't have that interactiveness. Overlay graphics are a thing that they are pretty default with every engine that comes here. I mean, you can visualize collision shapes of the object, so you can validate if your physics like work correctly. You can visualize like hidden arguments, gameplay arguments for radii or something. That, I mean, you have a player that has to reach for an object, and you have he has a like reach radius. I mean, you can see it in the game if you're encountering a bug when you can't pick up an item. You're better off visualizing a sphere around him with that radius, so you can see if there was an interaction or if there's a problem with your code or with your data. State visualization is very similar. There are many states. We use state machines, finite state machines extensively for animation, for gameplay. For gameplay logic, for animation logic and stuff like that. It's a finite state machine. Visualizing the hello state and how. Let's try with this. Hello. Okay. Sorry, what? Yeah, states. Okay. So yeah, we have to visualize how state changes. Oh, this is definitely better. Error indicators, make your errors obvious and make them visual, because I mean you can choose not to render something or like skip operation when there is an error, but that only hides the, what's happening. And last one is shader debugging. Bagrat will go in depth on this topic later, and I intend on showing, like, for the first 4 points here, examples. So we're going to be watching like videos mainly from this point with my context. I'll be giving context for them. But first of all, I want to start with an example of visual debugging that I'm very fond of, which comes from web development. I found it recently. Here it is. There's this thing. I'm not sure if you can see it. So there's this tool that lets you like visualize web pages as a 3D tree of your HTML tags, like hierarchy. And you see, you can like enable it on any page, and you can see the hierarchy of HTML elements, which is pretty much visual debugging. This is the same idea. We do this. We have like data. We have a hierarchy, which is not that obvious, and we're trying to somehow visualize. I mean, you can check if you have very like your hierarchy is very deep or something. This is a visual way of easily identifying mistakes. Even more so if your HTML is generated or comes from a source that you're not aware of. So yeah, first topic is visual logs. As I said, this is something that we use extensively when watching data in real time. This log right here is an FPS log of a game, which can give you like a lot of information about how your game is performing. Like you can see, there are spikes here that comes to like 200 frames per second, and there are very low dips that come to around 50 frames per second. This lets you know that you have, you're not using your resources like evenly throughout the GPU. You might be having like some heavy things, and the GPU can have a hard time synchronizing back if you're having like big spikes. So this is something that can show you how your game is performing in real time. I have small videos of like very popular logs from games. You can see. Yeah, this is like different tools of visualizing the game, like the performance of games. You can see like GPU time, FPSs, your clock speed and everything, the temperature even. That's also important if you're working on other systems. So yeah, this is like part of it. Visualizing your data with a graph is very useful and can help you identify, like if you're looking somewhere and you have a peak in your a dip in your FPS, you can maybe have an idea what's causing it. Maybe a light source, maybe a bad asset or something like that. The next thing is overlay graphics. Overlay graphics is, as I said, this is something that comes by default in many engines. And there are this is collision shape visualization. I mean, you've seen this. I think everybody's seen this collision shapes. It can really help, like with identifying physics errors, or if something doesn't work as expected, how objects interacting. It lets you see how physics engine perceives your objects because they are very different, and these are parameters that are invisible to the player, and you have to visualize them to understand what is happening if you're like falling through a floor or something like that. So I don't think, yeah, okay, we can see this. This is a visualization of, if you can see, this player should have been able, like this is from Quake, by the way, classic engine. And you can see that the player should have been able to pass through corners, but by visualizing the collision box, you can see why this is happening. It's hitting the wall and doesn't let him pass. Actually, fun fact, Quake introduced like corner cutting to mitigate exactly this thing. So you can like pass through corners, and it's a different process. Another one, yeah, this is a 2D example of how you can visualize like all collision points, where you hit the point, like what you're touching at this time, because this helps you visualize any data bugs. If you're like your scene is wrong, or your physics is wrong, your collision detection is wrong, this helps a lot with that. Navigation mesh visualization. Nav meshes are quite common in games. I mean, if you have AI and NPCs, you'll eventually come to nav meshes, and it's really hard to see what the AI's intention to do, and they are often dynamic. So you like generate your nav meshes in real time. You can see there's this circle around the player so that the NPC doesn't come too close. This being like something that is generated real time, it's very hard to debug. If you like open the logs, you'll just see several points and edges that connect from this point to point. It doesn't give you any information about what's wrong if the NPC starts like walking through yours or anything like that. So this is a very common visualization. I have this dynamic thing here, yeah, that shows how the navigation mesh updates in real time if you're changing the obstacles and stuff. Yeah. Another thing, yeah, underlying special property visualization. This is, as I said, games are very data-driven, so every entity in your game has like properties. So they can vary vastly. I mean, you can have, except for velocity and stuff, you have, like, as I said, like radius of reach or something, or vision cones of where the NPC can see, and there are so many things that you can add to a player as an argument that you cannot visualize them, and it makes it difficult, again, to debug, because you can parse through code, you can check if this, the visual cone radii is like 5 units, but the enemy's distance from you is I don't know where. So you'll eventually end up with doing something. This is a great example of how Microsoft Flight Simulator does it. It shows all the forces that the video, I don't think you can see it in the video, but you kind of can. It shows all the forces that affect the wing, like in real time, so you can validate that your calculations are okay, that there are no big mistakes with it. There's another one, like if you're simulating wind. Wind is something that is invisible, so you have to like visualize it somehow. This is also a type of visualization. Let's go on. Oh, this is the example of visual cones. What I said, you can visualize like the area that the enemy can see, and you can even it changes color when it interacts with another NPC. State visualization is also something that, as I said, we use a lot of state machines, and visualizing the logic behind their decision making is also very important, and the state machines help us do exactly that. Yeah, there's an example of an NPC like making its decisions based on a visualization, like the state machine of its behavior. And visualizing this can help you identify if you have any logic errors. Like if he's standing idle, he must go to the like wandering state and stuff. Oh, input visualization is also considered state visualization. I mean, seeing what inputs you're like processing at the time, what the inputs were, also can help you a lot. I love this example, by the way. The dude went all like creative with it. So yeah, visualization of the inputs can help you also debug any errors related to input processing. If your character is not reacting well, as expected and stuff. And error indicators, this is the last thing I'm gonna talk about. This is like making your errors obvious. There's one video for this, and I think many people have seen this from Gary's mod. Source engine has this tendency of showing error boxes and like violet black textures if they're missing textures. This helps a lot. Like as I said, if you encounter a missing texture, instead of not rendering it, you should make it very obvious. This also helps with seeing if there are any mistakes. Like making mistakes obvious is very important, like in visual debugging. And this is pretty much it. I just wanted to show different techniques of how visual, like the tools that we use in visual debugging. So I'm gonna pass mic to Bagrat, and he's gonna talk about more like custom-made tools. If you're trying to debug a GPU, GPU is something that you can run through code, and the classical methods of debugging doesn't work like at all for GPU. So we've got to come up with some creative solutions to do that. And yeah, let Bagrat continue.
Thank you.
I'll pass you the picture.
So let's talk about more low-level stuff about visual debugging. That means in traditional programming, when application is not a real time, we can do a lot of logs and read them. But as Andranik said, that we must analyze everything in real time. So on the screen we have a couple of million pixels. That means that it somehow could be a logs, but less detailed. But it can give you much some kind of information that you need to have. So this is a shader toy. If you know this platform, it's very good platform for creativity and trying to create shaders and experiment with them. On this left screen, we see the output of this function. So these shaders, this shader, it runs for every pixel of the output and to evaluate this function. So when we wrote like XXX, we got grayscale gradient ramp from left and to right, and we see the X direction actually on the screen. The next one, we can write the Y, and we see actually the direction of Y-axis on the output. It's like from bottom to top. Black pixel indicates that 0, top pixels indicates 1. Yeah, we can also use the 3 components of color. So write something in red and other thing in the green or blue, and it helps us to see the more information that instead of grayscale ones. So we can mix these together. So if we mix red values with green values, we don't lose any information. So we have this standard UV texture look. So the left bottom one starts with 0, 0, and the upper right one is the highest value, like 1. And yeah, now we see like 1 million logs, but approximately on the screen. This is a shader that do it. If you work with Game Dev, in Game Dev you know that some normal maps sometimes look like this, except there's no blue component here. So when you look to the normal map of your game, you kindly can see that is it looks normal or it is bad, or there are some errors or something happens, like axis is flipped or another stuff. Yeah, but how can we display on the screen sign function that have negative values? Unfortunately, monitor cannot show the negative colors, like with negative luminance, and you even cannot see it, if it is possible. So the solution is the common solution is shift this function from like 0.5 and scale together, and you will see this function like f plus 1 divided by 2. So we started with we created midpoint like 0.5 that actually our 0, and then we can see the negative and positive values started with this point. Yeah, this is most common method for showing textures or output data that have a negative values. Even normal maps stored with this techniques in the standard textures. And what the next? Another method. I read yesterday that it's like it's a term like bipolar color encoding about this. Yeah, sometimes maybe in heat maps or something use these techniques. So the red values are the positive ones, no, negative ones. Sorry, F minus F. Okay, red are positives, green are negatives. So we see all the spectra of the values. And at this moment, there was some background music when I created this stuff and some beats, and I could not resist to add some animation like this. Yeah, so the shader tool has built-in value variables like time that you get like number of seconds passed from the beginning of this running of this shader. So by adding a couple of lines, you can have an animation in the shader toy. Okay. Another examples. This is this stuff is rendering with our in-house engine, and we do this shader debugging tricks every day, like every hours, to test something or find some problems in the engine. So as you can see, at the first one is the original rendering. Second one is word position. Like every pixel shows the position in X, Y, Z, like global position. But the positions are can be huge values, and you cannot convert it to the color. So you must multiply with some small values to see something. But as you see, there are the black region, the left, the bottom one, because negative values are like clamped with 0, so we cannot see the negative values. On the bottom left slide part, we did the trick as the previous slide. So we multiplied with small value and did the offset 0.5, and we see like all values, but they are clamped. This one is also interesting techniques. I'm using it often to take the fractional part of huge values, and it shows that there was continuously changing values, and you see that you don't have a precision problems with encoding or floating point operation, that everything is correct because these gradient ramps are continuous. Next one. This is also very often techniques to see the motion vectors. The red one means that pixels moves from left to right. the green component shows us the direction in vertical, motion in the vertical direction. The motion vectors are very often used to create the motion blur effects or generating intermediate frames between two frames to create more slow-mo and smooth motion and high FPS output. And also it is also good for debugging. Yeah. So with this data, you can analyze why the animation is jittering or why something happens not as good as expected. Oh, depth of field. So you can output like depth of field region to see what the part of your game or engine is in focus, is sharp. This is, yeah, very common debugging things when you're trying to create depth of field effect shader or use it from another in other engines. Also, when you subtract one from your color, you will get the highlights, the things that maybe they will clump, or you should do some bloom or glow stuff to display them, or pass to like HDR pipeline of the your graphics engine. And actually in the games, when you see the glow or bloom effects, they're mostly the blurred picture. And they then add it to the original one, and they got these bloom and glow effects. Oh, this is techniques that are used many years ago. Very basic debugging stuff. So you can create the custom texture with custom MIP maps, where the first layer is red, second layer is green, and the last layer is blue. So what it shows, it uses the MIP mapping techniques that in graphics pipeline. So when you see the red ones, that means that first layer is used, and the thing is that if you see the green color or blue, that means you can downscale your texture, so it's too big for this output resolution or for this platform, and you can downsize the textures like 2 times. If you see the blue pixels more often, you can downscale like 4 times. And that's how I optimized the texture sizes in Shadowmatic, and it helps a lot. Like I reduced the game size like 50 for 60 or 50 megabytes. I don't remember actually. Yeah. So, but this is very basic stuff that you can do in every engine. Like create this texture, assign to your object, and see what actually it outputs. Yeah, that's it. Questions?
Do you have any questions? Yep. Sorry, I couldn't hear.
When I was coming here, hello. When I was coming to this presentation, I was thinking that we are gonna see something about render doc, like inside NVIDIA, how we are doing, how the technology work. So I don't know. Is there something? My question is about. How these techniques are better or are giving us more information than tools like Random or Insight, and how what approach we should choose, like depending of our needs in some situations.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Insight and RenderDoc are great tools, and we use it like extensively, obviously, throughout the work. They're like I think they are more related to the second part of the presentation when render debugging. I mean, yeah, of course, if you have like issues when your geometry doesn't look right or something, you always will go to RenderDoc. And have a snapshot and look through all the assets that you've uploaded to it. But if you have like a simple trick of like showing whatever, like with one of the examples, like velocity textures or something, these are something that you can like have prepared and just enable them in your fragment shader and everything. If this is more optimal to use, I mean, these are simpler things that will help you like visualize where the problem is, because somehow sometimes you cannot like be sure where the problem is or where it's coming from. I mean, if your object doesn't show, like it doesn't exist, I mean, you can either look for it in the depth map to see if there was any depth information, or you can go to RenderDoc and through the logs. Okay, I mean, yeah, these are valuable tools, and we use them. Actually, Insight has this amazing thing that can generate an exe file. Do you know that only shows one frame that lasts when you render it? Yeah, this is a very useful thing, but I think we just focused on the other aspect of when you use your wit to come up with your like own tools of visual debugging. So yeah, that's the reason.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, well, welcome. Any other questions? Yep.
So I wonder, how do you organize your assets for debugging? For example, do you include them in the final build, or do you exclude them? For example, with placeholder textures or models, or all this complex logging, like tracking. Do you have some macros, for example, for excluding them from the final field, or you just put them as is?
Oh yeah, no, of course we have like macros. One of the most important things to do first, as many say, like when you're making an engine or creating a game, first thing you should do is like one of the first things you should do is make your debug tools part of your program, definitely, and make them as accessible as possible. Like many engines have a very primitive drawing API, so you can draw like circles and everything, which we were talking about. They are like very accessible and very easy to use without any asset management and stuff. You just say draw a circle with radius 10 or something, and it draws for you. So yeah, many debug facilities are built in, and they are just turned off somehow with a macro or something. If we're talking about assets, yeah, we have like we differentiate about. We differentiate game assets, which if we're making a game, the game assets are a different thing. And we have a separate place for engine assets, all the default textures, models, for that can be used in all the like error situations. You can go from like an error audio sound, starting from audio, like ending with a mesh, or like the error mesh from Garry's mod, if you know Source Engine. Yeah. Many textures are even automatically generated. You can generate like a checkerbox texture in code and use it whenever there's an unexpected behavior. You can't find a texture in your resources, or you can't find a mesh or something like that. So yeah, they are inherently built in within your engine. Yeah. Did I ask a question? Sorry. Okay, we'll talk about it later. Okay.
Why we never use the sound for this? Like,
yeah, I don't know. So, anything? Yeah. Is there a microphone?
Excuse me.
Okay, great.
How do you calculate and visualize shader instruction complexity?
Oh, well, shader instruction complexity. There are. I don't think there is a visual way of doing that, to be honest. So I would go maybe. How would you go about that, like visual? There's debug tools built in I'm pretty sure in Xcode if you want to debug.
Yeah, Metal Debugger is. Yeah, we are sometimes using Metal Debugger when we porting for iOS. They have very good stuff for this, but shader instruction complexity, I think the only one metric is the speed, so you should just do a profiling, because nowadays every GPU has their own optimization in drivers, and you actually don't know how it actually executes. So yeah, maybe 10 years ago you can see the assembler style code in the shader, compiled from shader, and you can estimate the speed, but now it don't works, this technique. So you should need to measure everything in real time.
Black box approach, basically. Okay, so yeah, that's it. Yeah, thank you very much for coming. Yeah.
Yeah, it's on. Thank you very much, Bhagarat-Jan and Ganek-Jan, for the insightful speech. Sorry we couldn't take all the questions. Feel free to catch up with, Feel free to catch up with the speakers later on throughout the day. Moving on, I would like to pass the floor to Sagin Poladian, Game Art Director, who will be talking about AI, the imperfect tool. Sagin-Jan, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone, how are you? We have a technical issue, just a moment. All right, we'll be talking about AI and design in general and how it actually helps game development. It's a very controversial topic, so much so that I will be contradicting my own self throughout the presentation. At the moment, it's highly experimental, but it's growing at a faster pace every day, and to be honest, it is inevitable, and it will come to our workflow in a good manner, as long as we use it to our best efforts. A little bit about me. My background was that I was a graphic designer. I graduated in Beirut, Lebanon. I had no gaming experience at the time, but gaming was always my passion. So I came to Armenia, and so many doors opened to gaming. Then I came to the person that I am today. Now we have this epic battle against machines and organics. You can call them humans, which, you can tell. The right one is an AI-generated image, and that one is actually from a very famous artist from D&D. So we're gonna play a game. How many of you are artists or gamers? Please raise your hand. Okay. So I'm going to show you images, and I'm going to ask if it's an AI or it's actually drawn by a human, and let's see if we can tell. Is this AI? If you agree, raise your hand. Okay. Is it made by a person? Raise your hand. Okay. It's AI. This one. AI, raise your hand. It's gonna get more confusing, it's okay. Okay, human. It's human. Okay, this one. AI, human. This is human. AI, human. This is AI. Last one. What is this? AI? Okay. How many of you do you say is human? Okay. AI. AI? Human? This is human. So we can already see that it's already contradicting. Games are catered to everyone, whether you're a developer, a gamer, or a designer, or just someone who just likes games in general. Most of the people will not be able to tell apart with the current speed that AI is learning and taking from the current art that's already online. Well, we have a lot of problems. We have no idea how to actually stop it, but it's here and it's here to stay. So how does all this come into the workflow and our pipeline? To be very fair with the previous presentators, the very big problem now we face is people are letting go. A lot of people are being jobless because either time is not enough or the financial issues. So a lot of artists are being let go. And then people are saying, okay, why should I bother? AI is going to take my place anyway. Yes and no. At the current stage, it's a no. But it can in a few years. But not how you would expect it. You wouldn't be out of the job. But your mundane tasks will be completely taken over by AI, which is a good thing. For example, this is a game I love. I've been playing for 8 years and maybe spent around $800. It's called Smite, and I spend a lot when it comes to skins. This is made by a human. It's a sculpture. And that is an actual artist inspired by the sculpture and made a skin for the game. So if you take AI and how it's actually working is, it's taking from what is already created and changing it to what you're telling it to do. It's not creating something from scratch. Unless you put something in the prompt, it's not going to give you anything. So all those artists, all those developers who think that it's over, no, it's not. Because you're not going to see a founder or a CEO who's not really creative, let's be honest. They're very rare to find them. They're not going to sit around and generate images that's going to work, because you need a story. You need something to sell. And who are you selling it to? Humans. So people who are going to play, they need to be socially and like mind and soul, let's say. They have to love the game. Many reviews say the story is shit, the art is amazing. So even AI can do stories for you now, but it's still taking from people. The thing is, if you talk to an artist, give them a scenario, they will create something so out of the world that you would say, I would never have thought of that. AI is sort of like that. But you'd say, well, what's the point? What is it used for? As an artist, so I'm an artist, I get a lot of creative block. The deadlines are tight. We do not have time. They need textures. They need UI. They need a mock-up. There's a pre-production phase that you have to do a lot of things, a lot of mundane tasks that delay the development even further, which is the reason nowadays we have so many buggy games that are being launched, because they do not simply have the time or the manpower, or, to be frank, investors to actually give that to the companies. So AI is a good, let's say, boost to progress it further. So this one is clearly AI, and we know Halo, of course. You can tell where and how it's actually sampling from. AI is actually working in a way that whatever is popular, it gives you that first. So the more Halo is popular with its iconic helmet design, it will generate something close, but close enough that it can be used to inspire an artist, but not use it as is. If you do, there is no law that can protect you or your game. Someone can just come in, take your design, and say it's mine, because a machine made it, not a human. But it's a great place to do experiments. Again, when you prompt the AI for Alien, the most iconic design comes up. As you can see, it's taking the whole shape of the head and the innards and making it something that's also popular, which is the big-eyed alien we all know and laugh at. So it's a mesh. It's not really what you want. It's not really that inspiring. So a lot of it fails. Doesn't really help you. That one is from a recent game. I don't know if anyone knows it. It's called Honkai Star Rail. His name is Skrulum, and he's like this intelligent robot cyborg being. And just prompting to make a cyborg human for me, this is what it gave me, because it's so popular. And you can actually tell where it's taking the images from. So where should we use it and why? Like I said, a lot of us lose a lot of time texturing. And when it comes to grass, when it comes to something like a placeholder for the devs to start till the design starts, till the story is done. And because you need the story to actually design a character. For example, if you have a rogue who's a bad guy, maybe he has a scar on his face. So you would know that something either happened to him, either an assassination or an epic battle. So he's probably experienced or not good enough. This is what a human, when seeing just an image, starts to think of the backstory by themselves. Just little details changes everything. So this is the most scary part for all designers, the blank canvas. They don't know where to start, how to start. And you have so much ideas in your head, and you just can't start that easily. You can just put it on AI prompt, and it will give you the biggest boost just to start faster. And to be fair, all designers, good or bad, are critics. Everyone wants to be a critic. So if you see something really ugly, you would say, I wouldn't have done this. I would have done it this way. I would have done it that way. This doesn't fit. But you're already having a base to correct it and make it much faster. This is how I use for the games or clients I get. They need a wood like this one, and it's just for a floor, just for a level. A player or a gamer is not even going to realize it, but they need this. And this is a mundane task for a designer. They have so much more important things to do, to work with the pipeline, instead of spending time on this. So you can just take these, fix them to the style that you want, because they're perfectly patterned, and they can be used in 3D. But it doesn't do a good job in the beginning. You have to work with it, either to train it, either to make your prompts a bit better. So it's not a perfect tool, far from it. But give it a few years, I'm pretty sure it will be. This is how I also use it. You can see my prompt. I use prompts in a very confusing matter. So it gives me confusing results. The more confusing results I get, the more I am actually inspired. For example, illustrate role-playing game profile pictures for websites. Crisp detail orientation, vibrant colors, flat vector style, clean and detailed, funny and cool, based on role-playing games. It gave me an alien or a bird head, but it gave me an idea of how come we can't make a new race for this game. So it's actually inspiring. It's not really a backspace. If you think about it, if you're going to use it to do the job for you, that's what's going to separate you from the bigger designers and the companies who will start to use this method. Also, if you want to experiment colors, you can have a character that you've already sketched out real fast, and you can prompt it to give you shades of colors. And then you can say, well, this one works because you and your art director, or even in the game, you have to discuss colors. So this is a quick way for you to experiment it instead of sitting down and changing hues and playing around for an hour. This takes 5 seconds. Also, when it comes to patterns, you can use patterns. For example, you have this samurai, female, geisha-looking character who has a lot of scarves. All those scarves have patterns on them. And it's a good start for you to experiment patterns. They're a bit Victorian or Asian. It propels your mind forward. But end of the day, we're all human, and we all want to stay human. Why does this make you feel in a way that all those beautiful prompts or results doesn't? Because it tells a story. The more you look at it, the more it tells. Example, she's not looking at you. She's looking to the side. On that viewpoint, she's turned her body posture to block. She has her hand in her pocket, making her look like I'm chill, you don't have to worry about me. But she's concealing the weapon on the right. She's blocking the view of the viewer. She's looking at a target. Her face talks. Even though it has so much less detail than something an AI can do, it tells you that she's determined and she will not be going down. End of the day, we're human, our clients are humans, and you can't really prompt us out of it, but at the end of the day, AI will help us propel our workflows much faster, so we don't end up losing the money or the investor who's saying, publish it now, and you can work on something that's much more urgent and polish the game instead. Thank you. Questions? Yes?
So this was a great talk, and it was pretty optimistic in context of artists and AI. My question is, sorry. So my question is, what do you think about the copyright? For example, your art was fed to train an AI, and it generated something very similar and clearly in your art style. And do you think, and it was used for something like promotional or in some other game. What do you think about this? Should it be copyrighted or not?
Yes, of course. Because when it comes to the original, it's yours and you made it with your hand, with your own imagination. If you're able to prove it in court that you're the original, and you cannot make money out of AI currently. It is not monetizable. If you make a game completely by AI, all the art, you can't really make money from it, because I can come and take all the assets from your game and claim it as mine, because AI can't be copyrighted. So I can just have a copy of your game, make it better. So you did all the hard part. You can't really copyright AI, and I don't think the current court cases that are going on, they don't look like they're going to be able to copyright AI, because it's generated by a machine, and you can't really copyright a machine. I hope they do pass the legislation on that, but yes. Any other questions? No? Okay. Thank you all. Have a nice day.
Thank you to Saranjam for the great speech with lots of cool visuals. We are now preparing the stage for the last panel discussion for today, and the second to the last of the speeches for today. Our panel discussion is on the topic of how to survive as a game dev company in 2024. I'd like to welcome to the stage our moderator of the panel discussion, who will later on invite the panelists. Please give a round of applause to Avatis Zakhagan, CEO at Roguebite Games.
Ashkhat. Yeah, good. Okay. I think we should like look at each other. So maybe in a circle, so that we connect with our eyes and get more intimate connection or whatever. Hello. Яркий, меня заспетчи. What was the panel name? How to survive as game dev. I did not do my homework. No, I'm kidding. Okay, are we? Not yet. Let's wait for 2 minutes for everyone to gather, and then we can start. How you doing today? Good. Yeah. Ramesh, did you had lunch? Was it good? Yeah. Mehak? Yeah, it's good. It's good. Super. Okay, so we okay to start, right? You guys want us to start? You don't mind? Great. Okay, so the panel is called "How to Survive as a Game Dev Company in 2024," which is a fancy way of saying life is tough now. So we're gonna try to talk about weird things, and hopefully that will give you an advice how you can solve your problems, and we will have fun while doing that. That is the plan. Okay, cool. So I just want to quickly introduce everyone, and then we get there. And I have this written. So on the left from me is Petros Kyriakosyan. He's CEO and founder at Next Epic. So we have a bunch of game dev background there. We have Harut Amirkhanyan, director of growth and marketing at Advertiser, and we have Ramis Tortovac, right? That's how you say it. Cool. So head of UA at GameBeast Consulting, right? So we have 2 people from user acquisition, and we have also me. My name is Avetis Zakarian. I'll be moderating this panel talk, and I'm also CEO at Roguebite Games. So we have 2 game developers, 2 user acquisition, but we're all here for the same thing, right? And we care about all this thing working. So user acquisition is a undeniable part of that now. So I guess we just get started. I think so. I want us to quickly go through the following list. I want to talk about challenges right now in the market, and then trends, and then maybe can dive into like solutions. So let's just go like this. I would say, Petros, what do you think are the current sort of challenges and maybe trends in the industry? Yeah, I can. Oh, yeah. You ask them. Okay.
Okay, guys. I'm not sure that it's working, but it seems like.
No, you need to. This is muted now. I think it should be green. No, try now.
Can you hear me? Oh, now it's better.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. So basically, for the challenges, I guess the most important challenge for now, I guess, is the user acquisition. I would say, because everyone knows that the CPIs are going up and never going down. So we have to acquire users, and we have to earn way higher than we acquire them. So basically this is the main challenge, the marketing, because the development is something that you can come up with, but the marketing, the user acquisition, the budgets there are pretty intense right now. So basically this is the main challenge, I guess. But there are kind of good trends that you can somehow get rid of that high CPIs. So one of them I would like to mention is the fake ads.
Fake ads.
Fake ads, yeah. So
yeah. Let's talk about fake ads.
Yeah.
The big, okay.
So yeah, fake ads is another huge topic that we can talk about. But
Does it still work for you like nowadays?
Yes, it works, and it works pretty well, and like developers going further and further in that way. So it's somehow not anymore fake ads.
Okay.
So basically, you show something, it's not your main core gameplay, but you still have it in the game. So it's something like, you know, I feel like it's like a trend from the 2023.
So just put it into context for everyone. Just correct me if I'm right. So when you go on Facebook and there is some kind of guy that is using a screwdriver to screw something, and everyone is like, "Oh my God, what's that?" And then boom, you have a gameplay. That's what we're talking about, right?
No. This is something that you catch attention, like for the user who like scrolling the newsfeed or the reels or something like that. But the other one is that when you see the gameplay, actually, like, I don't know how to say that. So
What do you mean like fake gameplay? They're not the one.
Exactly. It's like not that much fake, but still it's fake. Yeah, exactly. Not related. I mean, there are plenty of examples for I don't know, play rigs and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure you all seen that. You all hate that ads, but that's the thing that we should do. So yeah, that's the kind of a trend for 2023, and it goes still goes that way. So you change the screenshots in the App Store page, you do that, and another one, if you let me to continue, how they leverage, like the developers, how they leverage that. So basically, there's another way to go. Like you see a gameplay, let's say like a merge game, right? So you show it has the creatives has like pretty low CPIs. So you show that gameplay, and the game is actually, you think it's a merge game, but like in I don't know 2 days you figure out it's not a merge game. It's like a mid-core RPG game. So this is the way that they lower the CPIs. So yeah, basically those are the trends, I guess, that will be in 2024. So yeah.
All right, thanks. Harut, maybe you can share your position on this, and then we'll.
Of course. Hi everyone. Basically, we're talking about the changes. The biggest challenge right now, like everyone is facing, it's a iOS problem. What we are seeing after the scan started to be introduced to the people, it's mean that the traditional way that we used before for the attribution, it's no more working, which means that we need to rely on the data which Apple is giving us. And we know that this data is not that much, let's say, present the real user data. It's some kind of merge of the data. You are not seeing the user level data, let's say. And for that reason, right now, if you want to be successful, you need to start to fighting with the challenge, which means that you need to set up your games, your application in the right way to start to working with the scan networks. It means that inside of your system, you need to integrate the right thing. Let's start, if we're talking about it. The first thing that you need to do to start receiving data from the Apple, it's a ATT prompt. When you are introducing it inside of your app or the game, you are starting to receiving this number. The next part is you need to start to working with the MMP, mobile attribution partners, to be able to pass all this data. Like you need to make the connection. You need to set up your scan schema. Basically, if also so for people to understand, like when Scott introduced, there is a 64 bits which you need to fill, and you need to start receiving all your events on revenue, which from the iOS, from the Apple, and you need to set up all the necessary things from your ecosystem to start to working. And later you will also send all these events to the networks. Let's say if you are working with the Google, with Facebook, with TikTok, whoever who are supporting the SCAD, this system should work, like, basically. And I think this is the biggest challenge right now, and a lot of people, they are struggling with it and trying to understand how the system is working, how to set up. But also, right now, another big challenge is coming, because we know that the Android also introduced some privacy sandbox, which means the same kind of things will start to happening with Android. And we know why its CPI also starting to increasing. This is because of this issue, because it's no more user level information. We are not understanding. We are receiving like more complex data, and we need to understand. But let's say some big guys, they already work, they are already doing the test, and they somehow pass of this. But for the people who are just starting, who are just Indian game developer, it's a little bit challenging. But first things, guys, you need to understand that it's mandatory. You need to start to working with the SCAD. You need to understand the system, and you need to set it in the right way. Why it's important? Because without having it, also there is a problem to start to working with the channels. For example, like I can bring one example from the Facebook. Let's say you are running the campaigns, you are spending some kind of budgets there, but you are saying your CPI is higher, or you are not receiving enough number, and you are thinking that your campaign is not working correct. But in reality, it can be totally opposite, because you are not receiving the real signals. It means that in the SCAD, they have set up the threshold. For example, for the Facebook, it's a 75 installs. If you are bringing below this number, you are not receiving any kind of events, the revenue, anything. And it means like maybe you will think that your campaign is not working, but in reality it's working. It means that you need to understand like what you need to do to start to passing this threshold. It means that you need to set up the right budget for this. You need to use the right creative to start to having all these 75 installs. This is only for Facebook. The same kind of things is happening for each network. On each network they have some kind of own system. Let's say for the Google it's 120. For the TikTok it's 80. But when you are working with the network, you need to basically understand this process.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
And I guess Ramis, I'm interested in what you have to add to that, but also maybe in the context of like, so, okay, we talked about we have issues, we have problems, that's not easy, it's getting harder, but like what should average developer do then, right? So, yeah.
Okay, I want to emphasize first that I see here like two side big challenges from the mobile game developers and the PC games developers, because the problems are different, and the topic is about how to survive 2024, right? So
also 25
and 25, right? I see, for example, for PC console developers, because I would say constant touch with them, the biggest issue that it's happening is the finding a right publisher. You know, it's very hard and challenging, especially in this, I don't know, economic crisis and whatever happening in the world now. People are not investing that much money. Finding a publisher is really a struggle. So only tip there I can advise to the people is somehow try to find a way to survive and build the best in order to find publisher for your game. On the other side, I agree with the people on the stage about mobile gaming issues, which can be privacy challenges, which can be creatives that are, I think, two main things to tackle. But there is, I think, some solutions that you can overcome those stuff. You know, you can focus on building some fake gameplay for your game. I would add that you should not overlook also the post-install metrics, because in my experience, you can have the good results, which can be initially good, like CPI, CTR, IPMs. But if you take a look long term, like which person stays, retention, drop off ROAS, you will actually see that it's better to pay higher one user that will stay longer, rather to paying lower amount of money for user to drop off by, I don't know, 7 days. So I think there is, yeah, definitely but it all depends which stage you are. You know, I see, because I used to work with small and big gaming companies. For the small ones is the how to start, you know, how to do initial start, because all of this is happening, where should be our focus on, you know. So I'll try to just quickly give like 1-2 tip if you are starting iOS or Android. Usually people develop first Android app, then go for the iOS. But if you're developing Android app, if you want to use user acquisition as your marketing tool to boost your user base, you can go Facebook or Google, because it's the, I think, fastest way to learning and give you some growth. And for the iOS, I would suggest 2 networks which are not maybe mentioned here, but they can be really good at a smaller scale, like Apple Search Ads or maybe Unity Ads, because they are really good and you can target users based on the exact keywords, which is kind of highest intent. You are targeting people who is actually looking for something that you are developing, And for example, on Unity, you can target per category. You are targeting users who are interested only in the RPG, let's say. So that's what I would say for it.
Okay, I just want to add that you talked about like what should small game developers do, and I think like I have one trick that that worked for us that I can share is that you should actually start making one game, but then make another, and from it you should pivot. And here's the reason: is that because if you said that you need to have good metrics, right? You need to make sure that users spend a lot. But to have good metrics, you need to have good analytics to fix them, right? But you cannot have good analytics on in-app purchases that don't happen often in beginning of your product, because you don't have like thousands of users if you're a small game dev company. So what you should do is you should focus on ads only, like making money on ads only, because that's the measurable and fixable thing in the beginning. And then once you got that working, you should be like, okay, let's change the plan. Now we're doing in-app purchases. So this sort of approach helps if you don't have budget to just pour in tons of users when you don't know if that money will come back or not. So yeah, that's from me. As far as platforms goes, I was just curious if you guys have any platform in mind that is working right now for you. Like, is it Facebook? Is it TikTok? Is it Uplovin? What is it that you guys think this is the the new trend? Whatever. What is working now? Maybe start with you.
Now start.
Yeah.
I would say.
Is it green?
Test. Okay, it's working. Yeah, I would say it depends on the scale. If you talk about smaller scale, what works for me and my clients, it's usually, and I will divide it on iOS, Android. Facebook and Google is working good on the for smaller scale, and on the iOS, I would say Iron Source, Unity, and Apple Search Ads. On the higher scale, however, I think for the iOS DSPs, like if you are not aware what are DSPs, it's kind of algorithmic way to buy traffic from different SSPs like AppLovin, Iron Source, Unity, and I would dare say that Moloko, Liftoff, and Smadex are working really good, and AppLovin. AppLovin is I think best performing iOS network, but in order to launch AppLovin, you need to spend at least $500 a day, which is not available for everyone. On the other side, on high scale Android, I would say Google and Facebook still be good really at higher scale, but then you should include also DSP as well. So that's based on my experience.
Okay, and actually, just if you have something to add on that topic, then please do. But I was curious about the following: is that is there any kind of tactic that you guys think that is, like, for example, the more we push users to, you mentioned fake ads and stuff like that, right? And the more we push that, the people get annoyed by that, and it gets harder and harder and harder. Yet the problem that pushes CPI up still remains and will remain forever, probably, right? So do you think we're approaching sort of a line of no return, where this whole thing will crumble and we're all screwed and we should go home? Like, is this, like, are you scared of this kind of stuff? I don't know, maybe I would like to start with you, and, are we screwed?
If you are pushing CPIs up, basically it's assuming that your user quality can grow. Basically, guys, two things. I can say the level of CPI is not the main thing that you should look for. It's because it's for each game, for each app, it can vary, and you can find the user which can be high retainable with a high CPIs, and it can back out to you. Basically, you can reach to the 100% ROAS, like, I don't know, in the 30 days or in 120 days, I don't know, but your CPI can be $50, for example. But if you are reaching it, it's good for you. I don't know. Yeah, only the problem, it's a budget quantity that you have, the budget amount that you are spending. But anyways, I will suggest you guys at the beginning to focus on the LTV, on the retention types. As you mentioned, like, the fake ads, yeah, it's a good, you can do it, you can bring the user, you can have the quantity, but in the end of the day, like, basically it churn is also higher. But basically, based on the experience and what I'm seeing right now, the hybrid model is doing the best, which means in some certain level, when you wanted to scale, you should run CPI campaign. In the same time, you can start to use, I don't know, the fake ads or some kind of stuff which is sticking for the user to try to have the lower CPI possible, but also you need to focus on the ROAS. For example, you can try to show your gameplay and all this kind of stuff, which is really for the user who are interested for your game, and it's starting to bringing you very high retention. But in totally, when you are looking in hybrid level, basically you are in the break-even point and you are starting to growing. Why it's important? Because also, if you are only focusing on the ROAS, it means that the quantity of the user also will be small. But in the same time, you are having the CPI with a high amount of the user, it's starting to pushing you up in the stores. In our Android, in iOS, it's working the same way. You are starting to growing on your category, it's starting to give you some organic boost, and it's look like on the snowball effect. You are starting to having more user, you are increasing. That's why the big player, basically, they are using these tactics. And also we mentioned about the networks. Like all these networks, also you need to use the right bucket of the networks because each of them is working differently. For example, my colleague, he mentioned about the programmatic networks such as Moloko or the Liftoff. You can target some events using there, some revenue events, and try to bring the user with high LTV. But also for this, for example, you need high budgets because they are passing the learning period. You can bring pretty good ROAS. But in same time, with this network, it's very hard also to get the cheap CPI. You need to maybe leverage other networks. I don't know, for example, the TikTok. You are using some kind of fake stuff or some kind of challenges which is happening in the TikTok. You are bringing like high amount of volume. It means that it's not, you don't need to only focus on one network. Maybe you need to use the bucket of it.
It looks extremely complicated to me in terms of, I want to, I'll get back, I want us to talk about Stealth Launch in a bit, but before I get there, like, do you honestly think a small studio of, I don't know, say 5 people that make games, they can pull this off, or no? Because that's super complex, right?
Yeah, it's a very good question. Basically, guys, what I will suggest, like everyone, before starting doing user acquisition, you need to make sure that your store listing is look right. I will suggest everyone to start doing ASO before jumping to the user acquisition. I know that at least you need to have some couple of users. Try to optimize your app store. Try to optimize your keywords there, your app title, your short description, long description, your all visual aspects. And when you are in the right spot it's a benchmark. Apple and Google giving you the benchmark exactly. If you are in this benchmark, you are starting to receiving the users. And the benchmark, it's a conversion rate, basically. People who are coming to your page and who are installing it. When you are in the healthy period, it means that when you will start the user acquisition, your cost also will be in the healthy point. Because at the beginning, if you are just starting, I don't know, it's like 50-50. If you have bad conversion there, it means that your CPI also will be higher. That's why highly recommended start to optimizing App Store listings there.
Got it.
It's easy, like for like
really hard for a small team.
Yeah,
okay.
for the small team, basically.
Okay. And I guess so. We're talking about we have this process of we made a prototype. It's kind of fun to play in our team. We can play it and we like it. We have our store listing done, right? So ASO is kind of okay. Petros, maybe you can share like what do you think would be the next steps for a proper soft launch for a small company? What they should be like? What are the common tropes and mistakes not to do from your perspective?
Sure. So basically what I would recommend to like every team that starts, I would recommend them to divide it by stages, you know, like just to say like something like this, you know, develop a game and release it. It's like a bit something wider. So you divide it by stages. You have like your tech launch, like you are just simply acquire users like $100, $200 and you are there, so in somewhere in Philippines or somewhere there. So you make sure that your SDKs, everything like analytics are working well. So you do that, and just after that you go like step by step. You improve your engagement of the game, retention, monetization. Then you go to the like a main soft launch and then global launch. So basically, for every indie game developers, I would recommend, even though if you are not going to self-publish, you are not going to I don't know, do it yourself, I would recommend to have couple of those stages done before pitching your product to the publisher.
Is it because you get better deal if you have already better KPIs?
Definitely, definitely. I mean, whenever you talk to publisher, whenever you talk to someone, when you don't know about your KPIs, you don't know about like what's our KPIs and something like this.
Oh, that's bad.
So you don't have any bargaining power there. So you automatically become a developer, just a developer for a publisher. But this is not something that you want, I guess. You want to be a self-publisher. You want
to be the cool developer.
Yeah, you cool developer. Only developer. No. So basically, that would be my advice, to start like a small budget test to figure out everything is fine on your end, to have some KPIs, the retention, and those kind of metrics. And with those numbers, just go to the publisher. If you have something to fix, you can fix it easily, because sometimes you may fail the test of the publisher. Like just because you have something wrong in the onboarding. So basically, if you fix that, you will have no problem with that.
But you mentioned there are several things you need to measure, right? Retention, you need to fix the engagement, you need to fix the monetization, you need to fix that, maybe onboarding. And you also mentioned stealth launches on, for example, Philippines, you said, right? Yeah, so I'm actually curious what Ramis has to say on the topic of, like, what are the different, like, for whatever, if you're trying to measure retention, what would be the best country? If you're trying to measure monetization, what would be the best country? Like, should we just do all Philippines, or should we do that? I suppose I'm curious what you have to say, and then maybe we can.
Yep, I said it this way. So, like, initially, you can at least do the like the commercial test, like to figure out what's like the CPI, overall CPI, like what's the reaction to the game. You know, okay, you have a good CPI, you have a like the game that is commercially like successful. Those tests you can do like easily. This is something for publisher actually, but for retention, for other metrics, you definitely should go based on your goals, where you plan to. The US, okay, you can target like an English-speaking countries. You like a bit costly, you can do the Canada, New Zealand, and like if you want to test your engagement and retention, because those countries are like with the culture, they are super close to US, and also some other European countries as well. So you can get those information in that market.
Okay. And Ramis, if you can talk about what your perspective on that is, like what do you think are best countries? But then when you're done, let's talk about honeymoon. Honeymoon. You know what honeymoon issue is on the user acquisition? You guys know? No? Okay, let's you do that.
Test. Okay, it's working. I will add maybe just one thing because you mentioned like 5 people sit and they are trying to make the game. I think there is one mistake which is so often done by mostly small gaming studios, which I was part of as well, is we are trying to build a new Call of Duty, new GTA 6 or whatever. It's very hard and very big project, so don't aim to do something that big as your first step. You should aim and do some market research about what potential categories you can tap into, which is not ultra competitive. I'll give you an example. The third-person shooter category has 45 million of downloads every month, which is ultra competitive. But if you go, for example, to the games category, you have 5 to 10 million of players, and you can easily tap into that market, have success. Regarding retention, I would agree with my colleague what he said. Aim and main goal is to test the English speak. Can go in some cheaper country, in the CPI. So you can go Canada, New Zealand, Australia, Thailand, whatever, which has huge amount of the English users player base, and then you can somehow count that or to replicate, for example, in US, UK, and other countries.
And for the honeymoon period, I
I'll
don't know.
explain what I mean. It's our
just-
internal thing. I will
okay.
explain definitely what I mean.
Okay.
I'm just curious what you guys think, because you both should maybe help me understand something that I don't understand. Now, what we observed when we were doing soft launches and that kind of stuff, we have prototypes. So we launch that in a soft launch and on a Facebook, for example. And what we see is amazing KPIs, like super low CPI, great retention, great money comeback. We're like, oh my God, this is the one. We should marry her. And so what happens is that you then invest more into that game, and then boom, it goes down. And we call it the honeymoon phase. I don't know what you guys call it, but it's basically whenever you have this new title, Facebook sends you good users because it wants you to spend more, and then it like pulls the plug. So have you guys noticed that? How do we how do we be careful about this? And yeah, so first you and then.
Yeah, sure. It usually, I will follow up, comes with the scale. So you're probably testing with small budget at the beginning. And for example, you're spending, let's say, $5,100 a day, and you get two quality users or whales, and they'll pay off the year.
Yes.
But test. This mic stop working.
Just directly.
Okay, directly. Whatever.
Don't change the angle.
I'm trying now. So when you do the scale, that's why I strongly suggest before the developing of the game to investigate about audience. You know, how big is that audience? How potentially you can convert? How much you can convert of them to your game? Because if you don't invest time into that, then you will came into that situation when you start spending $500 a day, and you will eventually end up seeing, okay, there is no much players that can convert and pay in this game. We should probably build something different.
Yeah,
so
but that will be quite like later, right? You already invested maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, and then you find out. So is there a way to know that it's just Facebook being nice and sending you whales in the beginning?
I would say don't bother that much, because 2, 3, 4 weeks is just time and process. Yeah, it's not like you need to wait 2 years, you know, to discover. Test it for a month, then sit down with your team, and then iterate for the next improvements.
And how do you give any advice to your clients in terms of how they should be careful? Because they can think that this is a great product, invest a ton of time in.
Yeah, basically the scale, I think it's a right way like to understand it, because if you are starting on the small scale, you can start to see a couple of users, because in the small scale, some people, they can make the noise in your data, and it can affect on your whole pictures. That's why, like, even if you are testing it, you need to test it in the big audience. Basically, the minimum what we are basically recommending in the first initial test, it's a 3,000 user that you need to bring during the week to understand your, maybe if you are aiming for understanding some retention, and it need to be from the one geo, because otherwise, like, your data will be, I don't know, messed, and you will not find the right signals there.
Yeah.
If we are talking about the Facebook, so to be honest with you, I don't think that the Facebook have some kind of, I don't know, tricks if it not sending or sending you the right user. It's just because of the scale. When you are working on the scale, it's starting more to stabilizing and finding you the right user. And also it's depend on the creatives that you are using, because in some cases, when people launching or people testing, they are using different types of creatives, and it's playing crucial role basically. I would suggest start in the little scale and start to scale little by little, and in the end of the day, you will understand where you are basically.
Okay, and so my previous talk that I had here was a lot about our failures, and I think because we're talking about what you should be careful and how not to do things, I want us a little bit talk about maybe stories from your lives, guys, and maybe we can start from Petros. Because you volunteered for that, you did volunteer for that. So we talked before, and so maybe you can say like what you did that was bad that others shouldn't do. And I'm curious then what we can have from marketing perspective, because it's probably different.
Yes, failures, we have bunch of them. And what we've learned, like the biggest message I would say, like to not be slow.
Right.
Like
we say 3 weeks was fine.
So why I'm saying this, so basically we as a developers, we always want our game to be, I don't know, polished, nice, because what would other think of it? So those things are like making us super slow, and we sometimes lose the potential market, potential hype, and many those kind of things that or sometimes you make a game, it takes too long, and whenever you test it, you realize that it's not relevant anymore, or it's not simply work anymore. So basically, whenever you can have like 2-day content for your game, you are free to test it, free to understand is it a good idea or no, at least commercially. At least you can find out that like you're not a fake creative, your original creative that shows your gameplay as it is. Is it like interesting to the audience or no?
Have you tried making a video of an original gameplay without making actual gameplay, and then you send them to an APK file? They're just 30 seconds long, and then they're like, you know, you can go home, it dies, it crashes, as long as you just figure out the CPI. Have you tried that?
No. But what I have tried, there is a software, there is a tool, if I'm not mistaken, I don't remember the name, but they make a fake App Store page listing. So this way you can pretty much test your theme settings of the game. Like, is it a good idea to have a cowboy theme?
I think, am I right or wrong? Like, if you're measuring CPI, you need an actual install?
No, it's not about the CPI. It's about the CTR.
So
it's not a CTI.
Because we had campaigns where we measured CTI and everything was fine. Then we measured CPI, and then it wasn't fine. So we tried to actually have the actual install, and that's why we need this 30 seconds. Just you can try. It's actually a legit way to test CPI.
Yeah, I'm talking a lot about the fake thing. So yeah,
so we got it.
Basically
okay,
that's it.
And from marketing, maybe like you choose. You guys want to share your own failures or failures of your clients that you know that others shouldn't do?
Yeah, if we are talking about the failures, I will call it test, to be honest. Yeah, because I will call it test, and usually for our clients or for us, like we are suggesting like to give 10 to 50% of your budget to this test, to these fails, because without it, like guys, you can't find the right way, or you will not find some kind of hacks and tricks to be successful. Yeah, for sure, always we are doing the fails, we are doing the test, and test can fails, but when you are finding some kind of interesting stuff, it can crush the market, basically. And there is the, like, let's say, the surprise and the magic is happening. When there is some kind of small things, it's starting to work pretty good. For example, like I can bring, for one of our clients, we start to testing the content types of networks, like the Fluent. This is basically people starting to writing the blogs about your apps and anything, and they have a bunch of this kind of blog they're publishing there, and this network basically is own this. Like we started testing on them, and for the bunch of our clients, we have find that this network is crashing. Like, but for some of them, for some of clients, it can also failure. But we come to this like basically when we failed for some days, and we find some cool stuff. And same can happening inside of the big guys also, in the Google, in the Facebook. There is some kind of setting, some kind of tricks. You should try, like you should fail. Like without it, no way like to go up.
For Google though, you should fail for entire month or longer, right? Because they say our network needs to train for 2 years, then you get old and.
Basically, if we're talking about the Google, there is a strict rule. It's a 14 days. When you are starting the campaign, they're telling you do not touch your campaign 14 days. Because the algorithm start to learning after this. Basically,
does it though? Like at the end, I'm just curious. We never tried.
It's a hard. Not a lot of people they have that kind of patience to wait for it. But yes, if you have the right budget and you're waiting, the algorithm is starting to passing.
I thought Google is running huge scam campaign. I'm curious what Rami said. No, like I'm curious what if you disagree.
Yeah, for the Google, as long as because Google is machine learning platform, so as long as Google get enough signals, you will get learnings faster. So it depends on how fast you're sending and how big budget you are investing in. Regarding the failures, I can share two of them quickly, which I remember so far. But
yours?
Yeah, it's actually my team, whatever. But
but I think they were good once in terms because we learned that from them. You know, we failed. First of all, failed with the fake ads. So with the fake ads, we tried everyone. It was trend. Now I would say the trend is in decline now. But back, I think 2 years ago, everywhere, and we was trying also to develop also fake ads, and we was initially amazed by results. Amazed, okay, double the CTR, lower CPI, great stuff. But in the month, we did like really in-depth analysis, and we saw how much people churned, how much people get off, and how much actually overall daily active users dropped, you know, because we changed the strategy. And then we kind of learned on the hard way that we kind of failed with making that decision, and then we got back to the more gameplay ads, and then we was trying to build something gameplay ads and adding some fake elements to increase the engagement. That was, I think, first failure that we have. And second one is underestimating, and we didn't know that much about our player base, you know. And I think that's something that also most of the game studios, they don't do any type of the research to find out about something about who is playing your game, what is this, who is that person, do you know it, you know. So after, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 years in the studio, we have conducted 2 researches. One is, I would say, quantitative, one qualitative. Quantitative, like within the game, quantitative with direct persons. We was amazed how we are wrong with knowing who is our person and what they care about. Then we really, I don't know, then we changed almost half of the gameplay and also the creative approach, because we was thinking, okay, these people are downloading our game core game audience, but we are not aware of it, who is actually that person, what they care about, etc. So what is their motivation, you know, to download and play our game. Then we kind of, when we find out, it was really a relief for us, and then change our direction where we go. So that's why.
Is this the kind of feedback loop that you as a UA person should give to the game studio, or they should figure it out themselves?
That was something that we shared with all the company. It was hugely important for every aspect of the company, because everyone needs to develop the product who is for that target person, you know. That's not only for us, it's important because we are building creatives, campaigns, targeting, but also for the product people to know, okay, this is the type of the person who is playing your game. This is what they care about. This is what they don't like. They don't want, I don't know, to send lives. They want to engage with their friends. They want to have some community in it. So you need all of that to develop.
Okay, thanks. I guess we covered a bunch of topics. I just want to recap so we don't forget. We covered the part where you should do a prototype, you should stealth launch it, you should make sure you measure your own KPIs, and then approach publishers so that they don't say you don't know what you're doing. And then you also navigate at parts where you know, initial parts with improving, doing marketing. We got to the part where you did all of that and you need to improve and actually create a successful product, right? Because these are all baby steps necessary for not to just delete your product. So how do you then finish it? What would be your, I don't think we have much time left, so I want to talk about like the most important bit, like, okay, you've gotten so far, here's what you need to do, and if you don't do it, you're screwed. And I suppose we just go like this.
Okay, I'll be ultra short. So most important thing, set clear objectives and define KPIs. So what do you want to achieve and what you want to track. That's first step.
Keep
then
it simple.
Yeah, that's, you can start from there and that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, I will add on top of this, start to measuring right the signals. Start to setting up analytics in your first day when you are starting, and be sure that everything is set up in the right way, because you need to receive the right signals to not be in the position where the not right signals is common.
What is an example of a right signal?
For example, the analytical system that you are setting up, or MMP that you are setting up. Some people, they are making a lot of failures. From our clients, we saw a lot of time that maybe the attribution system is setting in the wrong way. The look back window is incorrect, let's say, or from Firebase is not passing the events in the right way. Some events coming, some not coming. Like, you need to be sure that your data stream is working exactly in the right way. I think it's the first.
Okay, yeah, if you have bugs in that, then you're screwed.
Yes, yes.
Okay, Petros.
Yep, I completely agree with what my colleagues say, and I would add, I guess we should think more about the live ops. This is something that like it's out there like for 10 years already. I don't know, even more. But right now, even for the hybrid games, right? This is like the lowest entry genre. So still there, you need the live ops, and it's not that hard to do that. So there are plenty of tools, like the Unity have services, so you can easily have it in your game, and that somehow solve the CPI issue, fake ads issue, and everything. Basically, put it this way, your game becomes a service, not just a game for like a one-time purchase thing. So it's a service. So I would like to emphasize that all developers should, if not already, they should invest in live ops.
Okay. Thank you. Actually, like when I was starting, I heard about live ops so many times, but I never understood the impact and how important it is. And so it is important. So I just want to add another example from my side of another thing that is important that I also never understood correctly. Like when I was starting, a lot of people was like, they were telling me that whales are important because whales should make a lot of like big part of your revenue. And then I looked at our analytics, and yes, it's true. Whales are spending a lot of money. For example, on Deep Town, a whale can spend up to $300, and I was like, wow, that's great and stuff. Now, I was wrong. Like, this weren't the whales. And so I want to make clear for everyone what actual whale is so that they put their benchmark right. Like, whales on games are people who spend, like one person spends maybe $300,000 per person. That would be like mega whale. But it's important to know that they exist, because if in your game the most expensive thing that anyone can buy is just $99 package and then that would be it, then that person will come to your game and not pay his $300,000 that he was like dreaming to pay, but you just don't have that way of doing that. So I think people don't understand that live ops is not just a little improvement, it's a huge improvement. And then understanding that super whales exist is also a huge improvement when you do the right things on top of that. Right? So yeah, I suppose, is there 2 minutes? We have 2 minutes? We can get 2 questions. Let's get to the questions. Cool. Yes. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for staying with us. So 2 questions. Who has immediately 2 questions as one person? I'm just kidding. Yes. Can we?
So you mentioned whales, and I wanted to ask, is there a certain market that has the most whales? Like, I thought about the Arabian Emirates. Like, are games targeting that specific market for whales?
I guess to me, right, if it's whales. So we never try to target Emirates, although I suppose Emirates will definitely have some cool whales. But what we noticed is that our whales are from US or Canada and places like that, actually, somehow. And in terms of markets, like you get most whales on iOS, US, Canada. And these are people, they're not just rich and they just want to give you money. They're extremely passionate about your game. They want to play your game. So I suppose maybe in Emirates they have money, but they might not be as passionate about your game. But people in Canada and US, these are your target audience. They get super passionate. They have a lot of money. And you know what the thinking is, the way I imagine it, I just imagine it. It's not I don't know if it's true. The way I imagine it is it's some kind of rich guy that has that doesn't have much time, right? And he's playing competitively against guys who have a lot of time. So he's like, this is unfair. This student from somewhere, he has a ton of time, I don't have time, but I want to win him. And this is why he wails. He is like, I want to use the money that I make with that time and win them. This is the mentality of whale I noticed so far. So US, Canada, not Emirates.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And one more question? Yes.
Okay, were you talking about mobile games that people can spend $300,000?
Yes. Actually, like I know a case of $1 million. I know that guy who spent $1 million on a game throughout 1 year, and he loves that game, he just has a lot of money. It's okay. And the thing is that that game allows that. Like you can, it's okay. He's an ordinary guy, you know, just. And he's like, I enjoy it. I asked him like, what do you feel when you do in-app purchase in game? And he's like, it's just like buying a video card, like a new GPU for your computer. You feel all fancy and nice a day, and then tomorrow that feeling is gone and you want to do it again, and I have money to do it, so thank you very much. And that's what happens. Like, it's actual true, it happens. And it's very important for game developers to know that, because if you don't know that, you do not have that price tag in your game. And of course, there is no item that costs you $1 million. You do it like 100 per day, and it piles up. So. Yeah, you can increase. No, they're actually super smart. If they don't like even a bit, if they think you're being unfair, if you're doing something not right, they will get angry. They're not stupid. Like $1 to spend on a game, they're smart. Trust me, they're super smart. It's just, it has to be worth it for them. Maybe for you it will sound like, come on, but for them, totally worth it. So yeah, I guess that's all for our. We have one more. Oh my God, we're so generous. Yes, you that guy over there. That is.
Talking about that whales, main question I want to ask is, what is motivation for them? What is motivating them to spend so much money on game?
It's being competitive. They wanna show that they still got it. For them, if it's a game that has PvP in it, then it's a bunch of people, it's a competition, and the way he thinks is like, let me show this young guy who the boss is. Really, he does think that. I talked with several people, and that's his motivation. You think like for him it would be stupid, like pay to win, it's not really cool, and it wasn't skill. But like he put a lot of skill, like he's probably amazing at that game. He's just topping that with $1,000 on top to just seal the deal. That's the motivation. And for him, like that whole dopamine in the game that he things flying, things getting fast, he feels great about it. It's a casino kind of feel. It's just not a casino, it's a game, it's an entertainment, but he has the same dopamine kind of thing happening.
It means we can get that amount money only on competitive multiplayer games?
No, you can get it on games that have a long progression, and then it gets slow, and then you get money to make it fast, and then it's dopamine again. But you will get a lot more on competitive games. It's true. Because that part where someone is better than them, it really works. You don't need a real-time PvP, by the way. It can be async PvP. As long as there is other guy that he knows about that he hates, it's going to work.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. We done? Cool. Well, thank you very much. Thank you guys for your time. Thank you for your time. It was nice. Okay, let's go.
That's been a great panel discussion. Thank you so much, Avadis, for great facilitation, and thank you, dear panelists, for your insights. We have reached the final speech for today. Okay, let's allow some more time to fix the chair situation. Yeah. Okay, for the final speech, I'm thrilled to invite to the stage, oh, she's already here, Agpi Hagutunyan, data analyst at Roguebite Games, who will be talking about Game On, data-driven adventures at Roguebite Games. Agpijan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. So thank you for these 10 people who sticked around till 4 p.m. on a Sunday afternoon for my talk. It's nice to be here. Very stressful, but nice. I'm going probably to faint. By the way, where is the thing that I can control this? The pult. Yeah. Is this better? Is this better? Okay. Okay, so, let me introduce myself. I'm RP, I'm the data girl at Rockbite Games, and today I'm going to tell you the story behind our latest idle outpost. But more importantly, I'm going to tell how my role as a data analyst evolved and transitioned throughout all the stages we have passed through these years. To talk about how important data analytics is or how important it is to make data-driven decisions, but rather I had to very completely different at each stage of our journey. We found out my mindset to this. And from this to this. I have a Tableau dashboard over there. You are going to buy me soon. Thank you. So let's start from 3 years ago. Hello? Yeah. So let's go back to 3 years ago. I joined Rockbite Games after the big success of Deep Town, a game that not only gained 17+ millions of downloads, but basically kept our lights on. But then things started to go south for many reasons that you have been hearing all day today from smarter people than me, so I'm not going to go there. So there we were seeing our revenue dipping every passing day, and we were on our quest for the next big hit. And there I was joining the Rockbite team, full in junior enthusiasm and this, let's get this done, let's make things great again mode, without having a single clue how the real world works. And some people think that hiring new people, especially data professionals who don't directly build the game, it's a luxury that they can't afford at times of crisis. But spoiler alert, we are essentially crucial, essentially for times of crisis. So there I was. Imagine this. It's 3 years ago. We are developing 2 games simultaneously. There are teams inside our team, and I'm logging and testing analytics events like I'm preparing for a war. My personal favorite was Metropolis, an idle game set in industrial city with captivating noir-style art. And after 1 year of heavy development and all these efforts, we were finally ready to publish, and I was finally ready to do this analytics and do the things that I'm trained to do. But we never got there. The CPI was sky high. We just talked about this. So CPI, for those who are new, I don't believe that there are new people here, but I will go tell that anyways. So CPI is the cost per install, or it's the amount of, it's the fee that we pay each time a player downloads our game through clicking on an ad. So we pay this fee to platforms such as Google or Facebook or any other network that is hosting our advertisement. And then another term you'll be hearing is ARPU, not to be confused with my name, RP. That joke is getting old. It's the revenue generated, average revenue generated by one user. So the whole revenue we got divided by the number of installs we had. So in case of Metropolis, our CPI was hovering around $5 to $9, while the average expected ARPU for such idle games is from $2 to $4 approximately. So the math just didn't work. We were paying more money to acquire a user than they would ever generate in revenue. And we tried. Lord knows we tried to save this game. We did remakes for thousands of times. We tuned and fine-tuned, and probably I have this I believe that we made Metropolis one of the heaviest logged idle games of the entire history of analytics. But yeah, we couldn't make it out. It was devastating, especially for me, because I was young and naive, and I thought I should be the one to make this big breakthrough and save the day for everyone. But this experience led us, was very valuable lesson and led us to Rockbite 2.0. And my beginning of, it was the beginning of my evolution. So welcome to the stage 1. I'm sorry. So welcome to the stage 1. Now our company is in the stage of idea validation and prototyping. We learned a hard lesson that trying to think things after hitting the CPI of $5 is like trying to patch a sinking ship with a band-aid. We now know that every game concept needs to be validated and data-proofed before hitting to the market. So there comes the idea validation part. We have tons of ideas. Oops. No, don't unlook that. Okay, I'm missing here a slide. So anyways, so one thing to know about our company, Rockbite Games, we don't have peace. We have ideas always, and we need to cherry pick out of those ideas. And the idea validation is basically the process of finding out, determining which ideas are worth pursuing, which stand a chance. It's kind of like speed dating for gaming apps. Each concept has a very short time period to prove its worth. If it's not working, we just swipe left and continue with our day. So what we do? We spend a few weeks to develop a prototype. Then we make videos and we make gameplay videos and playable ads to test that. And here, I'm not your typical data analyst loaded with data and stuff. I don't even have a game to have any data on. And you might think that, okay, what's your role in there? And I will tell you that. I am the validator of the ideas. I'm the servant of the CPI gods. I'm the protector of retention and the mother of a dragon, Joey. This is my dog. Thank you. Thank you. I was pausing for this. We have these gameplay videos that are basically short videos that demonstrate our gameplay. They serve as a visual pitch for players. And then we go extra retard and and make these playable ads that are short, interactive mini games embedded in an ad, giving the players the opportunity to play the core game mechanics before having to download the game. And we put these videos out to the world and test how they perform. We view on impressions, clicks, and downloads. Well, basically how many people saw the ad, how many people clicked on the ad, and how many downloads we ended up with. Another key metric that we call holy grail of game dev is retention. Retention basically measures how many people return to the game after installing it. Well, the higher the retention, the more people stick to the game, the more they play, the more they spend, the more revenue we generate. And for you to understand how crucial this metrics is, during the last year of Halloween, I had the scariest costume. This is my costume for Halloween. I was dressed up like 24% day 1 retention. Everyone freaked out. And yeah, by the way, we don't only track like day 1 retention. We go and track day 3, day 4, day 7, all the days you want. But a quick reminder, we are in the very early stage of prototyping. We don't have 7-day content yet. So at this point, all we care is day 1 retention. So what's my role here? I put my poker face on and test that CPI and retention. I want to make sure that the CPI is low enough and the retention is high enough to enable our profitability. And one more thing here. It's really easy at this stage to get attached to an idea. Like everyone's baby is the cutest, right? There is a temptation to think that, well, just one more tweak, one more iteration, one more final touch, and we can make this work. And this is a trap, very appealing trap, and even the best of us fall into it. The solution here is to set very clear benchmarks. Like for us, it was 30% day one retention on the prototype that only included the core mechanics in a very rough shape. So if it's below that, no, sorry, next. And we found at this stage, it's not about polishing a gem. It's about finding a stone that has a potential. And hopefully our recent experience was that we found that stone that has a potential. And now we are at stage 2. Now we have our prototype, and now it's time to polish it. Here, key metrics that I track and I analyze is first-time user experience, tutorial, and level progression. Here, I'm the detective inspector. I don't have big data yet. I have very small amount of data. So at this point, I know my users by their names. And if you didn't play the game yesterday, I know where you live, and I will find you and make you play the game. We don't have big data. We get personal. I'm sorry, that's the rule. So I'm the player ambassador, and sometimes developers get used to their idea, get used to their creation so much that they miss the obvious. And then what should I do? I should go and analyze every single step. Are people dropping off the tutorial? Is level 3 too long? Do people have obstacles in some ways that our eyes are not seeing that? You will find those answers in the data. For example, our tutorial at the beginning was very long and detailed. And it was not surprising that we saw dropouts in the tutorial. So we simply went and make our tutorial shorter. Did we solve the problem? Absolutely no. We were seeing all these drops just in another level. So players were like clicking through the tutorial very easy, very fast, but they didn't learn how to play the games, and so they ended up churning just in the next level. And it took us dozens of iterations until we could find just the right balance. And about my role in this stage, I don't do any rocket science stuff here. I don't have big data. I don't have data enough to even think about doing rocket science stuff. My mission here is to understand what ticks our players and what ticks them off. And my mission is to gather all the events, analytics events, that can possibly help me do that. And you know, if at this stage our game developers, designers need a sequence to generate our new level, I'm your girl here. So I do whatever it takes to help out my company, my team here, because we are just in the stage 2. Things are going well. We are moving to stage 3. Now we have our early content polished. We have good tutorial pass rate. Level progression is looking good. Now it's time to make things better. It's experiment time. We are creating new features. Then we are changing our minds and moving those features out of the game. Then we are developing some other features. And my role here, to test, and to test. Our focus here shifts from level progression to monetization. And we have all this bucket here that we track: RV conversion, count per user, payer conversion, ARPU, mid-game retention, etc. And who am I? I'm the experimenter. And sometimes I'm the bad guy. So imagine this. Our team is working on a new feature, and they are putting their hearts and souls into that. Then we have this version ready. We are rolling out for 50%. The next day I'll come to the office, and there they go at my desk asking, is this good? Are we done yet? Are we reached yet? What do? Of course, I run some hypothesis testing. And I face this stupid p-value being above 0.05. And I go and tell, guys, I don't have enough evidence to reject null hypothesis, which is a fancier way of saying, I don't know. So here I have two ways. Either I don't run those tests and just blindly follow, see what I'm seeing without giving a thought that something could have been due to random chance, or I could go and tell my team that I can't tell them anything, in which case they would hate me, I would be the worst guy in the company. And it was a struggle. This struggle is real. My fellow data analysts will know this. And what worked for our company is that we set the ground rules. Yes, in this stage, we don't rely 100% on the data. We take, so if we are lucky and we have some significant results, we take those. But for the remaining, we consider them with a grain of salt. The thing is that having small data and even insignificant data is better than completely flying blind. And of course, in the meantime, we will going to fail. We will going to make mistakes, of course. But you know what? That's completely okay. At this stage, mistakes are not that expensive. We can afford them. And in fact, making mistakes helps us learn faster than any tests would help. So we just experiment, keep swimming, keep testing, keep failing and repeating, and just to keep the momentum alive. And if we are lucky and our gut feeling drives us to the right direction, we end up at stage 4 when we are right now at idle outpost. So we have our game, we are live, we are analytics server, the database is not handling the data anymore. We are thinking about migrating to a data warehouse, bigger solution, big data solutions. I'm getting all these new shiny things, new dashboards, new toys, big boy toys to play with, and I'm feeling that finally I'm there, I survived. Now I can do the A/B testing and I'm going to get that p-value right. And seems like, yeah, I went through a CPI guardian, being detective with no data, struggling with p-values, and now I'm there. But you know what? This is not true. This is true. This is an iterative process, an infinite loop, if you will. And with our new prototype that we are going to work on someday soon, I will put off my shiny armor down and go to the stage 1 where I will be going and validating the idea and testing CPI and taking bets from my coworkers which idea will win. And eventually, if we are lucky again, which I am sure we will, I will go here, come again here and play these shiny things. And final takeaways. Data alone will not build you a great game, but it will make your good game even better. If you are a startup, you can't rely 100% on your data people to make decisions instead of you. No, data is not here to replace your gut feeling. It's here to enhance it. And about being data analyst at a startup, it's an infinite process of adapting, evolving, and repeating. And it's not about having all the answers in your sleeves. It's about being bold and staying curious. And remember, fortune favors the bold, especially when data has your back. Thank you, I'm done.
Maybe some questions? No questions?
Thank you. I suffered enough.
Okay, thank you so much, Alpijan, for the questions. Yeah, for the presentation, yeah, if you manage to find RP throughout the day, maybe you will eventually manage to ask her some questions, but we'll not be having the questions round for now. That's been all, dear guests. That seems to be the wrap-up of the Game Development Conference, the PowerPlay. Thank you so much for being here with us today. Thank you so much for spending so many hours of your Sunday with us. I hope you have had lots of takeaways, lots of insights. Our speakers will be around for some more time. So yeah, it seems to be a great time for you to network, to chat with them a bit. Yeah, that's all. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Bye-bye.